and religious boards. But so it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that I'm in. But coming to your question, would I advocate? I think it's important that state and region be separated. And by that, I think we need to define what that means. Because basically, it's saying that it's that every person in a state should be allowed to exercise their faith without the government imposing on them who it is, what faith they should follow. And that's where the whole principle about state and religion comes from. But also, religious organizations have a very important part to play in the nation. They teach about better ways of living. Governments to book. They call out when things are not going right. I do not know of any religion that condones corruption, stealing from the poor, taking money from the sick. You know, I do not know of any religion that talks about fighting, hating your neighbor. I know every religion advocates for the golden rule. Love your neighbor, peace. And they are an important component. And in a Ghana government, in a Maura Wahiga government, religious leaders will play a very pivotal role. To the extent I believe, in my government, they'll even sit in cabinet. In my government, when they perform civic duties, which they do, they should even be remunerated because they are helping the government. They are rendering a service.
Mr. Maura, the question is, would you want this taken out of the Constitution completely? 32 guarantees this. You're talking to us what exists in the Constitution. Right. What is your view? Would you want it taken off completely, or you still want it to be under the control of the state?
Come again. You need to repeat that question. Let me get you right, Ken.
The question is, what you're telling us tonight is what is entrenched in the Constitution.
Right. My
question is, as an advocate, would you want 32(1) to be expunged completely so that it's not guaranteed in the Constitution?
No, not at all, not at all. The freedom of worship and the separateness of the state and government, those are key. Standing here as a man of color, I'm probably speaking to a person who thinks, now my faith has no place in future. But standing here in who I am inside is a representation of the fact that I'll take care of everybody. Because my faith says, treat all people equal. Become a person of peace. Share equally. Defend the voiceless. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. And exercise not just equality, but equity for all. That is true religion. And for my faith, the Christian faith, that's what it stands for.
Mr. Wahiga, more often than not, we see on television the church being used by politicians, the pulpit being used by politicians for them to play politics. What is your view on this? How are you going to ensure that stops?
It's not all churches that do that. First of all, a number of churches have different requirements and order of how they do things. And some of them permit, some do not. It's also important to recognize that in our society and many societies, church is a place where people meet, is a place that brings people together. I think what's important is to define what can be said within a church context building, a church building context, because the church is a place of worship. And it should not be a place where people should come and attack others, hurl abuses at others. No, that's not true religion. It's not a place where people should come and speak ill of another tribe. It's not a place even where people should come in and condone the sort of things that have made our nation be what it is those many years that I've mentioned. So I would say I don't see a problem either way. The only way, it should be tempered. It should be able to pass the same message for which a church sanctuary or any other faiths exists.
But you haven't quite answered the question. What is it that you will do to ensure that those tempers are brought down and dirty politics are not played in church?
I think speaking from here, I would only urge fellow spiritual leaders and religious leaders to, right now we are calling for peace, and I've been calling for that in my campaign. I've been speaking out and reminding Kenyans that we have a life after 9th. We have a nation, Our nation is not completely down and under. There is hope for this nation. And I would just urge them, as the CEO of this nation, I don't think I can order them, nor can I register it as to how they should conduct themselves. But I know our religious leaders of all faiths, and even church leaders who I'm closer to, they know what they should do, and they are listening to us. They are listening to us.
We'll now move to the topic of leadership and integrity. Apart from the professional, your record in the professional service, that's the Law Society of Kenya, and what you have done to the community, you don't have an apparent record of public service. What do you bring to the table to Kenyans, to table and tell them, because of this and that, I stand here tall and I can ask you to give me your vote?
Public service, I don't have a record. I think what you're saying is that I've not been elected or appointed into a position. Yes, there can only probably be one appointment into any given position. I have indicated the number of years that I've been in the legal profession. That's a position of responsibility. I have been involved, I have led a party for the last 16 years. That is a story of success in Kenya. A story of success, a party that has fielded people, a party that has stood up for what it was registered and formed for. Not only that, I have led, as far as I can remember, high school, I was in leadership positions. I have sat in both corporate and other boards where I have given leadership decisions. In all my life, I've found myself being moved to leadership positions, except the one that I'm looking for. But you know what? There is always a time for one to start. There is always an Obama moment and a Madeira moment for a person. I believe this for me is an Obama, is a Madeira, not just for me, but for Kenyans. But if you allow me to turn out your question, Ken.
Yes.
I am not sure I would have wanted to have some experience that I see with some of the leadership that will stand here or has stood here. I wouldn't want that experience. What experience are we talking about of? Running our country down, scandals, corruption, you know, named in every other scandal, and yet they want to be a president. They have named in everything that has brought our nation to its knees, which it is now. If it's not them, it's their relatives, it's people close to them. For me, that is not experience. If that's part of the experience you probably are referring to, I'm so grateful tonight that I'm not part of it. But I can assure you, if I had gotten in that position, I would have been the same person that you're looking at tonight.
Apart from telling Kenyans what you bring to the table, being tried and tested, Mr. Wahiga, is a very big issue in this country. I want you to look at your opponents who are not there tonight and tell Kenyans why you, why not Kenya Kwanza, why not Azimio, and why not Roots, in terms of integrity.
Kenyans, as I said at the beginning, we are at a defining moment. The elections of 9th August are pretty defining for the reasons I said before. High cost of living that we have never had before, high cost of food prices, such high unemployment as we've never had before, such high debt, foreign debt, not to mention the internal debt that we have. A lot of we had them in 2013. We had them in 2013. We had them in 1997, in 2007. And the question that you Kenyans you must be asking, like I'm asking, what is the different now? I even want to go further and say, even for those who it is said they might have decided, looking at the forums, four of us, who can you say has made a difference in your life this far? If so, Why are
Why
we
do we
where we
still
are?
have money
Why do we still
that
have
should have
money
been used in
that should have been
developing our
used in
countries,
developing our
stashed in
countries,
nations
stashed
abroad,
in nations
illegally
abroad,
obtained and legally
illegally
stashed?
obtained and legally
These are
stashed?
public
These are
resources.
public
I'm not talking
resources.
about
I'm not
personal
talking
private
about
money.
personal
Why
private
do we
money.
have-
Why do we have?
time
Why
like
are
this?
we? And the Auditor General 4 years back tells us 215 billion Kenya shillings from Eurobond cannot be accounted for. It cannot be traced. It is a mystery. Why are we here before? And the Auditor General Nancy tells us this year that 70 billion Kenya shillings alone has not been used. Why are we here in a year like this when we have that much foreign loan? The Auditor General tells us about 540 billion Kenya shillings is in an accounted expenditure. And yet, this was a government that was supposed to change things. We had hope, but it didn't turn so. I believe the only thing that will move us forward is complete change from the top to the bottom. And what is permanent is only change, as they say. Recycling them will not take us anywhere. That's why this is a very defining election.
But you haven't told us why not those candidates. What, for example, would you want to say about these candidates?
Well, come again.
What would you want to say about these candidates, the other candidates who you're running against for president?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that question. I would like to say they have been there before. One of them has been a deputy president and is still a deputy president of this republic. He is in government. The things he is saying he can do are things he could have done these last 10 years, these last 20, these last 30, because he's in government that long, and he has not done so. The other one has been a former prime minister. He's been in a coalition, a co-president, if you wish, sharing the government 50-50. The things he is promising are things he could have done, but he has not done. He's been in this race for the last 40 years. And the other one has been in government also. He's been with the police force, he's been in the intelligentsia, and even right now, I believe he is still in there. And the thing I'm saying is, if you take even these last 10 years, let me just take these last 10 years, where we have a deputy president who wants to run for presidency. This year, my team and I have counted these last 10 years, not less than 22 scandals that have taken place in broad daylight. And those are the ones that have been reported. There are others, we are told, are secret agreements about contracts to make roads that we don't know what they say. If you go to the former coalition government, where we had one of my competitors has been a co-president, a prime minister. We have counted about 12 scandals, and they have been there. They were even there in the Moi regime. And the final one, you've worked in government, you've traveled across the world, you must know something about our funds which are stashed abroad there. You are in the intelligentsia, you have served, you never retire from that. They don't fit the bill. They are not helping Kenyans.
Okay.
They are not taking what the issues are.
All right, let's turn to our next topic for discussion tonight, and that is the state of the economy. Now, you are on record, Mr. Waihiga, saying that within the first 100 days of assuming office, you will bring down the cost of living for Kenyans. How exactly do you intend to do that, and by how much?
You know, this is a serious matter, and I have not just said. In Kenya, we're facing problems at two levels. There's what you refer to similarity. There's what I consider as a short term, and there is a long term. Up until we called for the reduction, for the reintroduction of the foods, of the unga subsidy, unga was retailing going on to about 250. It was after we had announced in our manifesto that we will bring that. Thankfully, it's been brought down. But that's not all. And I'm glad that we are leading and others are following. We still know that the price of cooking oil is very high. I think now it's about 400. Bread has not come down, retailing 90, 100. Fuel is still at high prices. And those are immediate things. We don't need to wait to restructure our loan, or we don't want to wait, because those are some of the solutions I have had, to plant a kind of plant, probably, and wait for it to be harvested. We don't have to wait, because Kenyans are hungry. They need immediate results. And what I have done, and you'll find that in my manifesto, we sat down with my team of experts and thought, what is the immediate? And our proposals have come in threesome. There was Unga, which has been done. Thank you very much. We thank His Excellency, the President. But in the same measure, we say also other things could have come down. But we have said we shall introduce subsidies into other food products. That's number one. Number two, we have also said that we are going to reduce pay by 50% so that Kenyans can have money they can take home with. And that is something that will benefit about 16, 17 million Kenya shillings. If you are earning about 25,000, you'll be able to take an extra 1,000. If you are earning about 35, 40, that's another 4,000. We have also come and said to spur growth, throw some money into the economy. We shall waive away tax penalties that are accrued after the day we are sworn.
All right,
and we are looking for ways to put some money in the pocket of Kenyans, something to spur, something to enable them put food on the table. Because as a country, I'm talking to you while we are broke. We are broke as a country. The most we can do is continue borrowing. I'm looking for solutions from within.
All right,
what can we do now?
And you have said that you would reduce pay by 50%, but pay accounts for 25% of Kenya's tax revenue. How then would you meet revenue targets?
That is not, it's not a problem. And I was going to say that's not the only problem there is in Kenya. If I take away 50%, the amount of pay we get is 460 billion. 460 billion. So 50% will be 230. When I take that money and I put into the pockets of working Kenyans, I tell you as I stand here, it will perform wonders. Kenyans are looking for any extra shilling that they can get. But how do I bridge that gap? We have tried to work around and see what can we do. And those are short-term measures because Kenyans have to survive. Otherwise, they will die, We pay the taxes, the foreign loan we pay is at 1.3 billion. And we have sat down and said, if we can persuade our friends, and Kenya has many friends, I'm glad they are represented even here by the foreign embassies and diplomats who are here, and tell them, why don't you just accept a repayment of 1 trillion instead of 1.3? That will bring about 300 billion. We can bring back to bridge in the gap, and we are positive that it will be able to do that. But also the 260 billion, that we put in Kenyans' pockets. Kenyans are industrious. Kenyans have goodwill from within. Kenyans are hardworking. And this is a nation that can get money, has had money, and will get money under a new government. The 260 billion, we see it bringing returns because it will go in people starting small businesses. People will be able to start their kiosks or do something else or start what we call side hustles. What Kenyans need is just a little money and they can be able to move forward. The other thing we have thought about is spread the tax base. That's something we are looking into immediately now in office. But I need to talk to you about corruption and the money that's stashed abroad.
We're coming to that.
Yeah, we go to that. But before we talk about that, you running for president, and you understand also as an advocate of the High Court,
right,
that for you to change some of these regulations, you will need Parliament. You give a time frame of about 100 days. Is it possible that you can get these legislations through Parliament in the period you're giving us? Or they are interim and just campaign rhetorics that you're using?
To bring food subsidies to zero rate all foods and all that, I will not need Parliament.
No, for example, changing the pay as you earn, cutting it by 50%.
I'll let for that. I'll tell you what.
Yes.
The parliamentarians who are coming in, the MCAs, understand the problems I'm talking about. They too are tired. I see goodwill will come forth. I am talking about something that every Kenyan would want to see happen. 59 years after independence, we can't continue being a nation of begging, famine bowls being held up like we have seen this year. We should be self-sufficient in terms of food, water. People should not go without medicine. That's what I'm talking about. So I mean, you know what, Ken? There is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. Because I've looked at the manifestos, my other friends, my other competitors, I'm even the one coming with something close to realism, something close to practical. And I believe we'll find the ways where I have to use executive orders, which exist, which are there in our constitution. I will apply them. We are in an emergency. We are in a time of war. This time calls for leadership.
In your view, what is the biggest challenge to our economy? Is it we don't manufacture enough, we don't trade enough, or is it regulations?
It's neither of those. Those could be the others. It's because we steal, we cut away, we siphon money that is supposed to go into our manufacturing, money that's supposed to go into our agriculture. That's what we have specialized in the last 10 years. Money that is supposed to go into our skill building, money that is supposed to go into the health of our fellow Kenyans, and a healthy person is a productive person. That's what we do. This is a nation where Kenyans work hard, Kenyans labor, Kenyans have got quite a measure of work ethics, but they don't get reward for their labor. For instance, to date, we don't have explanations as what we did with the Euroboat loans. When you listen to me, and you listen to others who have spoken out there, they say even for the SGR, the amount we are repaying is not the money we use for that. I am here, and I am borne evidence by a former minister, and allow me to mention the Honorable Joseph Nyaga, God rest his soul in eternal peace. That was in 2020 when he said it's time for us to bring our money back to develop our country. He was an angry person. He had served in the government for about 40 years. He was tired. Our money that is supposed to develop this country, move us forward, is hanging out there in nations that are willing to bring it back if only there's goodwill from my end. I am bringing goodwill. I'm saying, Kenyans, we must change. Those brothers and sisters who went ahead of us did not have two brains, Ken. They did not two heads. They don't even have a landmass. They don't have what we have, but they are great brothers and sisters. We can do it. It's time now, Kenyans, to go to where we went wrong and find out why and do it clean, have a clean start.
Two things. One, what you're saying has nothing to do with growing the economy. What you're saying is the generalities. What I want to know, the role of manufacturing in growing the economy, the role of trade, and the role of regulations. And while you answer that, perhaps tell us, how much money in your mind are you thinking can be brought back to the country?
How much money
is outside needs to be brought back to the country?
I'll start with that and I'll come to what you're talking about, manufacturing, regulations and all that, because that's an important area. In the budget of 2017-2018, Henry Rotich, as he then was, the cabinet secretary, said to us that 14.6, which was rounded up to 15 trillion, was stashed abroad and needed to be brought back. To date, that money has never been brought back. We've never had a report. Later, in the year 2020, the late Honorable Joseph Nyaga called again, and his was a cry, please, let's bring our money back, we develop this country. If that was about 15 trillion, and since then 5 years have gone by, we use 2 billion per day, that's about 730 billion, give it 1 trillion round up, that's about another 5 billion, 5 billion. When in my consideration, we have not less than 20 trillion outside the country that can be brought back. And if it is brought back, this country will be turned upside down and turned into a country that we can't tell that it is the same country.
On that
and
point,
that's just one area.
On that point, Mr. Wahiga, during the deputy presidential debate, your deputy presidential running mate, Ruth, said that you have already written to the United Nations and 15 other countries to start getting this money back into Kenya, and the hope is that if you assume office, the money will be back in Kenya. Have you had any response from these countries?
No, I have not heard, and I appreciate that we are in the period of elections, but I'm glad to know that things we've done, for us our 100 days already started, if you wish, by that effort, and also calling for the Unga subsidy, which was effected. But they are listening. We've got goodwill from out there. We've got great friends from out of Kenya. And I know they too have been saying they wish Kenya can have a president who is speaking the things I'm speaking. I've not heard from them, but I know they are looking at goodwill. Government, the Prime Minister was sometime back here in Kenya with Theresa May, when she was the Prime Minister, about repatriating our funds which are out there.
All right, but you are also on record having said that if these countries do not work with you and your government, you will cut off diplomatic ties. How practical is that?
Wow, why isn't it? Why can't it be done? If a country is holding our money, it knows that it is supposed to be Eurobond money, or it is money from SGR, and it's aware. What else are we talking about? International cooperation, international friendship? How can you refer to a person, and here I mean a nation, as your friend? But what I know is that a lot of countries have been willing to send back our money. It's only that there have been no goodwill with the current leadership, the immediate past, and the leadership that wishes to be recycled.
But if they do not, will you cut off diplomatic ties?
Everything is on the table. Kenya needs to move forward. There has to be hard measures. But I can tell you, it won't need to get there. There's goodwill out there. There has been a cry. It's the other nations that they have even got a lot of dossier than I have of what has been done in this nation. And this has nothing to do with somebody who has worked hard and earned. It's Kenyan money, some of it which has been given to us from out there, and yet we have not used it carefully. But you also referred me to,
yes.
Is it about manufacturing regulations?
We will get back to that, but this is important. Are you telling our traditional partners and allies that everything is on the table, including cutting ties? If
Yes, that's what David Moro Wahiga is saying.
Do you not think that would have a massive negative impact on our country, our economy, our development?
Imagine you are a nation called Simiriti and you are holding 10 trillion that is supposed to be Kenyan money, you know it. What then can we talk about rights, human rights? What more human rights? We are not in a state of war as a nation. Surpasses you are saying, look here, Kenya. There are these individuals, 1, 2, 3, 4, who are holding your money. We have traced it using the various instruments, using the various secret agents and other, and we know it is part of this. I mean, like for instance, and it must be common knowledge, there are nations right now that have come with laws. If you take money out there, and you are not able to tell who it is appropriated that nation, by that nation, and used for development. Kenyan wealth is being used to develop other nations. It is immoral. It is wrong. You are not a friend of Kenya if you are using Kenyan money to develop your nation. Kenyans are suffering now. They need their money back. Bring our money back is our campaign.
Whichever country it is, including the US, the United Kingdom, you're telling them tonight, you'll go for them.
Oh yes, yes. Everybody. You are holding our money. The nations you have mentioned have brought democracy to us. They have done a lot of good things to us. But you know what? I am telling you, 99% of them have wanted to. What we have missed in this nation is a leadership, is goodwill. It's a leadership says, let's do it. This country will not be the same 5 years down the line. This nation will be a nation where you will want to invest in. This nation has that potential. It's our time. It's our season. That's what I'm saying. I am actually passing a message to them.
Take us back to the economy now. Manufacturing, regulations, and trade. Take us back there.
Yes. You asked me. Could those also be problems? We have to change also in a number of things in the way we do business. Granted, one could argue and say 65, maybe 70 of our regulations are good, but we can improve on them. Corruption has been a big problem. Bureaucracy has been the other problem. Very high taxation, particularly the corporate tax, has been a problem in Kenya. We've got to think twice. Yes, of course, I mentioned the key one has been corruption. I was there and I was grown up. I was working in the year 2002 when we got in the Kibaki regime. And I am aware, and I got it from people who knew, how nations come to Kenya. Because within the first 4 months, there was such active effort to get corruption out of our streets and what we were doing. And they wanted to invest. I actually came to learn they were being told, no, we've had enough. We don't need you. We can't do that. But I've also heard of instances, and I'm speaking to somebody who is listening here in Kenya or out there. They have to come to Kenya, applied for tenders, won tenders on all fours, won tenders on all fours, and then when they went to get their tender acceptance letter, they were told, before you get this tender, you have one more step to step. You need to pass. You need to go and see Mr. XY said. Apparently, the information I have is that some of the people who needed to be seen, if the four of us were here, are my competitors. Though you have passed all the steps for the tender, it cannot be approved until a final step, which is not in the official, list, is approved. These are facts that are known, and people have said, how can we do this? You told us that it's above board. People know of offices in this country where people went to pay 10%, 20% after they had passed all the tenders. And some of those men and women are going to line up here in coming days, maybe after this or in other platforms, and say we'll fight corruption. Our problem has been corruption, almost in our veins. But I know Kenyans are not corrupt. Kenyans don't like corruption. We showed it in the year 2000. So we need to improve on that. We have had problems with power, infrastructure, both energy and the infrastructure on the ground. Those are the issues that we need to discuss and we need to look into. We have had Kenyans who've gone out there or gained a lot of knowledge. They have wanted to come to Kenya and they have wanted to set up industries, manufacturing entities, to get things going. But bureaucracy, corruption, red tape has been our undoing.
Is this the reason why you are advocating for making public all the contracts, starting with SGR, the Expressway, the Lamu Port, Naivasha Dry Port, Kisumu Port? Is this the reason, part of the reason why?
Part of the reason, but the other reason, Ken, is that there's no way we can fight future corruption unless we do with the current and the past. We must have a discussion amongst Kenyans. And I know what you're referring to. You're referring to the fact that we have said we'll also establish a Truth and Recovery Commission. We must have a conversation and ask, why have we been this corrupt? Why have we allowed this much corruption? It's got to start there. For South Africa, it had to start there. Truth. The Truth Commission that was set up, it was a starting point and it was key. We must discuss and talk about that. But that's not all that we'll be doing in that. Actually, that will be part of it. We must still ask how much money went into the SGR. We need to know who are the KEMSA billionaires and why have their names not been read out and the money that they took away brought back into the country. This, the Honorable Deputy President of this Republic knows who they are. This, the former Prime Minister know what they are. This, Professor Wajakoya know who they are, being a person in the intelligentsia. And yet, they are not ready or willing to tell it. How can they fight corruption? How can they lead? How can you also lead when you are not ready to come on a podium like this and tell Kenyans what you want to do for them?
As we end the topic on economy, you mentioned earlier 15 trillion shillings that is stashed outside. You mentioned earlier 15 trillion shillings that is stashed outside.
Yes.
However, this could be the whole amount of money from Kenya that is outside, because the Brookings Institution says that about $12.5 billion. That's the only money that perhaps is illicit trade or illicit flow from Kenya to the other countries that is stashed outside. Why would you be going for even the investments that have been made by Kenyans outside and not specifically this illicit financial money that has been flowing? to other countries? Why would you go for everything?
No, we go for everything, Ken. For me, that was read by the minister of the 14.6, 15 trillion. It was the minister for finance. It was the Treasury Cabinet Secretary who said that. He had the facts, he had the intelligence, he must have spoken with State House and they knew about it. His speech, some executive summary had been sent round, so it was known. He had contacted foreign governments and known there is probably as much as that. So I find no reason why. I've seen other records that talk about 6 trillion, but you know, we've never had evidence that has been brought back. But let's even come back to Kenya. You and I have not even discussed the 2 billion. The 2 billion, which adds to 730 billion per year. I'll round it up to call it 1 trillion. That's what we lose per year. So if that is what we have lost per year, these last 5 years, that is 5 trillion. During the last 5 years, if everything worked that way, that was another 5 trillion, if my maths work right. What we are saying, even with the 2 billion, we could have paid the 8.2 trillion Kenya shillings. We could have done that from the 2 billion without going for anything out there, and yet we still need to go out there. I mean, this matter of corruption, siphoning public money, and what we've been doing has been our undoing. No country can develop with corruption. And with the level of corruption that we have had in this nation, no wonder we are still begging and our people are going hungry. I've just given the 2 billion. And for us within Agano Party and with our experts, the 2 billion for us, we say is not even, can't even be a correct figure.
The 2 billion, Mr. Maura, the 2 billion from the Institute of Economic Affairs is not necessarily lost. It's been diverted to other uses. So if education was allocated 600 billion, perhaps they took a portion of it to another use, not necessarily lost. So when you do that sum totality, could you just be misleading us? Because this money was allocated to something and probably just diverted to another use and not the intended purpose. That's why we lack classrooms, for example.
Ken, the president of our nation did not lie. He said 2 billion is lost. 2 billion. 2
Do you
billion
believe
does
the president
not,
now?
2 billion does not get into the economy. And later he was heard to say in matters corruption, I mean, he had tried his best. The word he used was his hands were tied.
But the Institute of Economic Affairs says this money is not necessarily lost. It goes to other purposes.
I mean, but why can't we see the effect? Why do we have such high cost of living? Why have Kenyans been going hungry? What are these other things? What has the Institute said? For me, I would say it's gone into people's pockets. For me, I would say part of that money would be on its way to some countries. I mean, the whole area of our financial fidelity, our being the shepherd I referred to, our doing what our brothers did. You see, from the word go, Singapore took such a firm and a stern position, the President Lee Kuan Yew, concerning matters corruption. And I submit to us that that nation would not have been where it is if he had done so. No nation can develop with corruption. Rwanda has come up just lately, and look at what our brother is doing.
All right.
Over there. I mean, phenomenal similarity. I need to emphasize that.
Okay.
Just recently, it's not even 1963. Give Rwanda another 5 years. Botswana, they also fought corruption.
All right,
you cannot move forward with corruption.
Let's just come back to here. And you spoke about Kenya needing to be self-sufficient. We need to be a food-secure nation. There is a very close link between food security and climate change. We are seeing droughts. Millions of people are starving in our country, yet your manifesto speaks very little to climate change. What mitigation and adaptation measures is your government going to put in place to cushion Kenyans against climate shocks?
Climate change, the whole issue of the changing patterns of the weather is of concern to me and my team. right now we are experiencing weather we have not had before. We have stopped talking of today was very hot or today was very cold, the way we defined it. We are now even going into what were the centigrades per day. You've noticed in our manifesto we've talked not just about measures we'll do, but even the fact that we would introduce taxation. We've noticed that. The first one is a poll tax for people who interfere with things that go into ensuring that we are not influencing the climatic changes that we are seeing, we have in Kenya, we are seeing in other nations. But it is very important in Kenya we have a discussion round about this matter before we become industrialized, because we are going to be industrialized. We have seen what the gases from the industries have done to other nations. And we don't have to wait to get there for us to deal with that situation.
So how are you going to deal with it?
The things I have in mind is, it
A
is
reminder
time.
to our audience, please, as
So-
per the debate rules, no cheering, jeering, or noise. Do continue.
Yes, sorry, come again. What was that?
My question is
how? Let me give
how
you-
are you going to ensure Kenyans remain food secure vis-a-vis climate change? What measures does
We
your
must
government
bring
have to
education,
put
that's
in
number
place?
one. We must tell Kenyans that our rivers are important, our forests are important, our mountains are important. We must come back and enforce. We have laws that have to do with things that affect climate. But right now, you know, we have cut down about half the trees in Kenya. We must find ways of preserving our water. Kenya is very watered, but all the water goes to the ocean. We must come back even to a city like Nairobi and ask, why did we allow this building to be built next to a river? We must go to sources of water. Sources of water have been grabbed, and next to them, as much as developers can get, built houses. We must get to a point where we say, if something was done irregularly, it needs to be pulled down. But
Mr.
we need-
Wahiga, does the Agano Party have a plan to make Kenyans more resilient in the wake of climate change and ensuring food security and therefore bringing down the cost of living? Do you have a plan?
We do have a plan.
What is that
Because
plan?
agriculture is very important to us. And if you'd have noticed, we've said that the office of the president will keep a very close eye to agriculture. Because without food security, we are going nowhere. We can't be begging those many years after we became independent and we started ruling ourselves. We have talked about the preservation of our rivers. We've talked about injecting money. We've talked about bringing subsidies that enable farmers to produce fertilizer. We've talked about that. We've talked about exploring markets. We've talked about getting Kenya to where it was in terms of agriculture. You know what? We are not short of studies. We are not short of, as a nation, of projects that have come into being. Galara would have been, it's a case study. It's a case study. The nation of Israel, and I can't purport to be their spokesperson, have in the Jubilee government. This is what I'm saying, we are not going to allow anymore. So we must, it is one of the two areas that my office as the president, if Kenyans are pleased to vote me, that one, agriculture, and the whole area of asset recovery, I've said it's something every day I'll keep an eye on. I would want a report on it. I would want to know what is happening. So we do have that. We recognize people are still going hungry. We want to recover our riparian lands. We want to bring education from the lowest grade on all these matters. We want to bring sensitization. And Kenyans are all very open-minded. They are tired. They want a change. They want to move forward.
Okay, and just before we move on to the next topic, let me just circle back to my first question under this topic of the economy. I asked how you intend to bring down the cost of living within the first 100 days, but I also asked by how much? What can Kenyans expect from you? How much do you intend to bring down the cost of living?
I think that the most I can talk of is by what I will do. It's by what I will do.
So you don't have an answer to that?
It's what I will do. I believe as a nation now that even our annual budget should not be 3 trillion. If we did things right, if we preserved our public funds, if we put them to the use they should, our annual budget should be going up to 10, 20 trillions instead of 3 trillion. If we had done things right, we should not be, and we are not unthankful, we are thankful, just rejoicing that we have got 22 kilometers expressway. This nation will be full of expressway, hundreds of miles. So I am really talking of, if I can give an estimate from here, I can't remember what we have said, bringing the cost of living. I tell you what, even if out of my 20, 30 trillion Kenya shillings, which I believe is both out there and wasted, we got 10 trillion. This nation will be flipped upside down. I read something this week in one of the dailies. It was in the Nation newspaper. Let me give credit to, and I will report. And they said that the current road network, which we understand infrastructure, 11,000 kilometers, that's what we built. We built it with 1.5 trillion. Look at what 1.5 trillion can do. What if you have 10? What if you have 15? What if you have 20? Kenyans, I'm asking you to take a journey with me. Visualize, close your eye, and see a nation 59 years, what it should have been. The other nations we talk about, as I look at you, New York, London, Singapore would be looking up to Kenya.
Okay.
That's what I want to make Kenya to be.
Okay, and we can't end this topic before we talk about employment. It's a huge issue in the country right now, and a number of Kenyans are not employed, particularly those leaving school who are looking for jobs, and even the adult population, some of them even above 40 years are not employed. And it said statistics also show that about 63% of Kenyans tonight will go to bed without a meal on the table. What is your plan for this group of people if you are elected president to create employment to this country? We've had promises of 1 million jobs a year, 800,000 jobs. What is the Agano plan for this?
Might I interject and ask also, how will you create more jobs in the formal sector?
Yes.
We have looked at that issue. It's close to our hearts. I feel you, I feel Kenyans, because things are bad out there. Things are real bad. We have said in our manifesto that we will endeavor to create employment at all levels. With the 2010 Constitution, we went devolvement. And one of the things we have said in our manifesto that when we bring our funds back, when we stop the siphoning, the 2 billion, when we arrest those people who have made it impossible for the government or the president to move forward, we will give from the national office 40% to the devolved units. And we have said out of that, that is far above even but that's above the 35 that BBI was promising. That even beyond that, we want to ensure that 50 million at least goes to the lowest unit of development, which is the village council. And there are people who would say, how would that happen? And what benefit will it have? For us, we devolved money. Unfortunately, we also devolved corruption, but we never devolved decision making. We are interested, we want Kenyans to decide what they want to do from the lowest unit, the mtaa, the village, the nyumba kumi. And why is this important? Because some part of the job creation will come from there. It is there they will decide we need a road to this area, we need to make a cattle dip if there are areas without. Is there they will decide that we need to have this milk processing. And out there, there are so many youth. It is down at that level where they know their needs are. So that is one way that we'll be able to do that. Secondly, we will be injecting money. I think the picture I would like to bring out to all Kenyans and those listening is, I am not just proposing things we'll do, but I am saying in my government we will have money, and that the money is somewhere. If the money we are talking about comes, we have talked and talked about how we should be able even to give to the youth, to give to the workers, not less than $500 billion Kenya shillings. Because assume that money comes back, or even half of it, or even a quarter of it. Look at the wonders it can do. We've also talked about skills as being important. People need skills. We've talked about giving money to young people so that they can do startups. We've talked about getting rid of certain taxations so that Kenyans can be able to move forward. So we've talked again at bringing back cottage industries, and there's a sense in which they are coming back. Because like when I was growing up in my home area, I was born and grew up in Nakuru County, and in a small town known as Turi. I remember when I was very young, and that's many years, in the early 70s, and there was this small place where they were building hooks, and they were exporting them. And I know the young people from the area. Okay. Then I was in primary school. I could see them proudly, because there was something in the neighborhood that they were doing. In my hometown also of Molo, we had things and concerns that were going on. We had, these last 20 years, we have had a potato industry. The last I heard about it, it hadn't started off. And I'm saying taking industries. So we have had what we are calling pesa mashinani, madaraka mashinani. Let decisions be made there. So we will inject money.
Okay.
We will inject goodwill.
A potential voter for you has a question for you. Let's take the question.
My name is James Monia, working in Nairobi. And this is my question to all candidates. How will your government support institutions that promote police reforms and professionalism within the police service, so that we don't have cases of police brutality and the cases of extrajudicial killings?
Do I go ahead?
Yes.
We will be a government of the rule of law. And I need to say that among the other things that have brought us down is impunity. And impunity is disregard of the law. Impunity is a situation where those who are in power are not brought into book. They seem to be above the law. And it's not like we don't have institutions. We will strengthen judiciary. We will strengthen our investigative units. We will pay them well. We've talked about that. We have, in our manifesto, we have talked about 12 covenants, and one of them is covenants with men and women in uniform. We will give them modern machinery. We will get them we will give them freedom to make decisions, you know, in the sense there will be no interference. We will strengthen the offices and other agencies, EACC, that deal with anti-corruption, asset recovery. And in matters extrajudicial killing, we'll bring back the rule of law. It's because of impunity. You know, corruption comes with a lot of things. It comes with all those evils and ills. And we have seen a judiciary that's willing. We will give money into it so that it can have courts into every county, which has been one of its desires. I'm saying, when we are a nation with money, when we are mission, the sky is the limit to what we can do. But also when there is goodwill, which is what I'll be bringing from where I am, we should be able to stop all that extrajudicial killing, bring to book, indeed, even revisit those which have not been adjudged to date. And I'm grateful this week we saw the court just do something in the right direction, because we can't continue doing this. It's part of impunity, which my government will deal with.
All right. There's also a second question for you, Mr. Maura.
My name is Jacqueline Kagu. I'm a mental health advocate in Kenya. And I want both parties to explain what they have in store for mental health in this country, given that in mental health, Ministry of Health has allocated 0.3% to mental health, which is very little compared to what is in store for in matters mental health. And given that Mental Health Amendment Act 2022 is almost being signed by the President of this country.
Sorry, Ken, I missed a little bit of what she said.
Issues of mental health.
Mental health, yes.
Yes.
we can't ignore that mental health is here with us. It's with our brothers, it's with our sisters. It's with people very close to us. And that's why I think the suggestion, one of the reasons, the suggestion to introduce, to regularize the growing of bang in our nation, that's why I'm opposed to that. And I know you'll be asking more about that question. Mental health is sort of, I personally have had people close to me who have suffered from that. And we need to start tackling that. We need to come up. We have said a lot about in our covenant, Agano na Kenya kuhusu afya, concerning health. In our hospitals, this is something we will want to give a lot of attention to. Number one, we need to start tracing it from as early as primary school, if not high school, because one of the problems we've had is ignoring that mental health is real and it exists. Number two, we need to come up with what other countries have done. And other countries have come with means and ways and means, where there are even lines where you can call because you feel like taking your life the next 1 minute, and you get a counselor ready waiting for you. We need to come up with places that the government has oversight over. Right now, I'm not sure, I can't say 100% that the government has oversight over rehabilitation. I was checking the other day and it was not clear to me who licenses or how they should be licensed. I mean, and right now it's at very high level with the problems that we have to come. We will give enough money to our health sector. We've talked about at least a 5-level hospital in every county. And in it, we will demand that there be established a Department of Mental Health.
How much is enough money?
You know what we've been saying? We have 12 covenants with Kenyans. And we are saying to them, you know what, before the end of our first year, we saw ourselves getting not less than 12 trillion back into this nation, more. And we have gone as much as saying, we are saying no to corruption, bring our money back, and we have even been had to say 1 trillion for every economic sector in Kenya. If we are not able to give 1 trillion, we are talking about half trillion. We have money in this nation. This is a wealthy nation.
Okay.
That's why we're able to lose 2 billion and we can't notice it. That's why 215 billion Eurobond is unaccounted for. It's nowhere. And nobody, the moment Auditor General Ouko left, and after a few months, it's a forgotten business. It's not forgotten. We want to know where the Eurobond money went to.
All right, at this point, I would like to shift focus to our next topic, and that is on the issue of education. If you assume office in the next few weeks, perhaps, your biggest headache in the education sector will be as early as January, when 2.5 million students will have to transition into secondary school. How are you going to address this crisis of congestion? Because already secondary schools are congested.
I know I will not be the first one to address it. I know there are studies, there are recommendations which have not been able to go into them. But first of all, we have talked about the fact that we introduce free education from Kenyans from the lowest unit to the highest unit. And remember, my government is different from the other. We are saying we will have the money because we are going for the money where it is.
Free education, basic education, is in the Constitution. It's enshrined.
Yes, but
primary
it's not
and secondary.
there.
Are you saying that you are also going to give university students free education?
We are talking also of university students. It's from the lowest to the highest. And that's something apparently I have found almost every.
How are you going to fund that if already our education
I am the only candidate who has a solution to where we'll get money to fund our economic. I am the only one. Look at my proposals. I'm the other one who is going for the juggler. And I'm not just that, I am saying we'll go even for the big fish. It doesn't matter who you are. If we have an abacha in this nation, we'll get money from that abacha. That's what we are saying. We are so serious on this matter. But to come back to your question, education is a problem at many levels. We've talked of free education. We've talked about consultation. Right now we have the CBC, and we know what a problem it is. And we will sit down with the stakeholders. We will consult. We will have to find ways, but I think we are going through the first period of the problem is the CBC. Like
but I'm not,
they're overlapping.
My question
they're
is not
overlapping.
about CBC. It is about the immediate problem that you're going to face, which is to find space for 2.5 million students in secondary school. You wouldn't have much time.
Because we have money, we will find a way out.
So we'll have money by January?
Build makeshift shelters, we'll have to do that. But I'll tell you what, I'll be taking a corrupt country, but I'll be coming in, both a corrupt and a broke country, but I'll be coming in with money. But I think there are no easy solutions, and I hear your concern. These are matters that we will have to see what we can do. And some of the possible solutions will be to look for ways, makeshift. We probably might have to go virtual in form of education.
At the moment, you don't have a plan.
Not for that specific number, but we have a covenant with Kenyans on education. We will put money into it. We will discuss and improve the CBC, not doing away with it altogether. We have that. We have said we'll give free education. In terms of a specific like that, it may not, again, a manifesto can't contain everything. But we have to find ways. Everybody must go to school. If we have to do it virtually, we will have to go that way. If we have to turn some government offices, I don't know, I have not thought about it. Every Kenyan must go to school, must get a learning. It's a problem, I agree. But again, it's a problem we have inherited, and we have to find ways. As a president, I will not sit back. Okay. But with money, the sky will be the limit. You know what? Even classrooms, through fabricated materials, you can build classrooms in a matter of weeks, if not days.
You understand?
There will be money in my government.
You understand? I want to ask you more about education, but you understand even getting that money to Kenya, the money that you're targeting, must be an issue of legislation, must be an issue of the law.
You know, it's at two levels, Ken. I'm talking, first of all, of our money out there, but I'm also talking of wastage from here.
Okay.
Kenyans showed us in the year 2002 that we can stop corruption. And there was goodwill. Unfortunately, we did not move on and build on that. And when we came back in the current government, we have even gone back to way before the coalition government.
Okay.
I mean, I know because of the steps we are taking, even by waiving away 50% of pay, Kenyans will sit back. Kenyans love their nation. Kenyans know they have a great nation and say, why are we doing this? It's not right.
Okay, let me take you back.
An Agano government of Maura Wahiga is seeking to improve our lives. He wants to make us a first world. What we are doing is not right. And not only that, we will defend whistleblowers. Kenyans will talk. Kenyans will talk, come to the truth, and the Recovery Commission and tell what is happening.
I'd like to take you back now to CBC because you mentioned it in your statement. Most parents are crying out and saying it's not working, it's very expensive for them. Some teachers also, including the Teachers Union, NAT and Coupe, took a stand on CBC earlier on. The only institution that took charge is the government, the national government, through the Ministry of Education, and the president, the outgoing president, has mentioned this. From where you stand, my first question is, would you continue with CBC? Would you rethink CBC if you were elected president, and why?
I would rethink CBC in the sense with a view to improving it. I have met parents as well, and I have family members who've got children who are in primary school. And admittedly, CBC has been very costly. Not only that, it's been very involving. But I've met parents from across both ends of the coin, some who have said, there is something good. And I agree because I passed through a bit of CBC. I went to school when we had subjects known as hard work, technical subjects, subjects known as agriculture, where we carried the hoe into school. And by the time I was grown up, there are things I could do for myself because I've been exposed to them. We will sit down with stakeholders and seek to improve it. It can be good for the future, but right now it's expensive, it's demanding. Kenyans don't have money. We can't continue like this. But again, we have said, this is one sector. Education is key. Kenya is where it is because Kenya values education. Kenyans are educated. We can't go back on this. Right now, we are into ICT, and we would like Kenya to be the country that's leading in those areas like other countries.
Okay.
So I have answered your question. We will think with a view to improving.
One of the biggest voting bloc that perhaps you're looking at as a presidential candidate is the teachers of this country. And the teachers of this country have had a very bad run, according to them, with the government, the outgoing government. And they're wondering today, would you guarantee their interests if you were elected president? And would you put NAT back, for example, to where it was probably 10 years ago?
Oh yeah. We have spoken about education. We've talked about increasing salaries to the men and women in uniform. We've talked about the welfare of the men and women in healthcare. I mean, part of the money that should have gone to meet the needs of these people, and they are very critical. I would want Kenyans to be proud to be teachers, to be educators like in other nations. I feel proud when I go home and I meet Mr. Opondo, who is now going to almost 100 years. I haven't seen him in quite a while, who was my primary school teacher, and he is still there. He made me who I am. I feel very proud to walk around and meet policemen who are doing a good day's job, but they are not paid well. They are housing and so on. I am proud with the little security I've granted to meet young men who love their country, who are doing their job, who want to move forward. I'll take care of their welfare because I will have the money.
All right, we are almost out of time, but I want to bring a question to you about an issue related to health. If you assumed office in August and a few weeks later it was declared that monkeypox was in Kenya, monkeypox has been declared a global health emergency. What plans would you have in place to address this health crisis? And bear in mind, monkeypox would have come just a few days or weeks after you came into this office. Therefore, you wouldn't have had time to get that money from abroad that you keep referring to.
I think the first thing I would like to say with pleasure is that there will be no monkeypox billionaires in my government. And secondly, I'm waiting if the president doesn't do it before I come into power, just like he did with Unga, and I'm thankful. I have to be the president who will announce, and not just announce who the KEMSA billionaires are, but get the money back from them. I appreciate it will not be easy, and it has been said it will not be easy. I'll seek to work with everybody. I'll seek to work with our friends in Kenya and outside, with the various agencies. We've got trained doctors. We have got we have Kenyans who listen and want to do what is right, so that I believe there are measures we'll be able to take that can prevent it escalating. But when it comes as an emergency, we have no choice. You have to get to the consolidated fund and elsewhere in the exchequer where we can get money and put it into that, because lives of Kenyans matter. We'll also be careful about who does what, who sources what drugs, who brings what drugs, because that's where we got the KEMSA billionaires. To date, none of my competitors, while they know, wish to tell us who they are.
So does your party have a plan to address a health crisis?
We have talked about increasing our hospitals. We've talked about taking care of the welfare of the doctors and the health workers. We've talked about, actually we have talked about something very unique, just like we have a teachers' commission. We have talked about bringing back something that the health workers have been asking for, a health commission, which nobody has wanted to. Because it's important. We can't succeed on this war without involving them. They are the machinani of the health.
Before we
so
close,
do we have that?
let me ask
You
again,
know,
does your party have a plan to avert a health crisis?
we will just have to work with what we have.
So
we
you
will
don't?
call upon friends. I mean, I am not in government. I'm not like the Deputy President or the Right Honorable, who are both in government in one form or another. I mean, we just have to work with what we are. We will call upon friends, our neighbors. We will call upon all doctors. It will be a crisis. And we will ask Kenyans, this is where we are. We'll be transparent. And the international community we've seen it come to the aid of various nations. Kenya is a friend of many nations. Okay. We will get help. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Mr. David Wahiga Maure, thank you so much for coming to the debate tonight.
Thank you.
You have now 2 minutes to make your closing remarks.
Kenyans, you have heard me. I am told a number of you have already decided on who to vote for. But the question I want to ask, have those that you want to vote for made a difference in your life? I have told you the reasons why we are where we are. And yet those others, or my competitors, some who don't even want to come here and give you a minute of their time to tell you what they are talking about, to allow themselves to be interrogated, are saying they'll make a difference. Can they make that difference? I am saying to you, and don't you feel with me, that we are here because we have recycled leaders, and we are at a point where to move forward, we need to break some glass ceiling. I am telling you, I'm the real deal. There comes a time when hard decisions have to be made. Yes, I'm not part of them, and I've not been part of them. I'll come like the biblical David, of whom, as I said earlier, it's written, he shepherded Israel by the integrity of his heart and the skillfulness of his hands. I want to be that leader. I'm the real deal. Mimi ndiye nitabadilisha Kenya kabisa. Naomba kura zenyu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wahiga. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience and our viewers following this at home, we have to end it here for now. Our appreciation to Mr. David Wahiga of the Agano Party for honoring voters with this duty to a public televised national debate. Well, it was an interview. We thank you again.
And of course, it's not the end. The second presidential debate kicks off at 8 p.m. live on this same platform with my colleague Yvonne Okwara of Citizen TV and Eric Latif of Spice FM and KTN News. We thank you for watching. My name is Ken Mijungu of KTN News.
And I am Smriti Vidyarthi of NTV. Good night.
All right, so the 90 minutes are done. David Wahiga Maure making his case in front of the Kenyan people. Of course, his opponent, Professor George Wajakoya, who was expected to take that podium, the empty podium that you saw there, did not come for the debate. He sort of came and left. But here we are. We have listened to the Agano Party presidential candidate for the last 1.5 hours. And here with me, I still have my panel here. None of them has walked out. I need to emphasize because it looks like we've had a dramatic evening here. Dennis Kabara is still with us here, Professor Alex Awiti, Sheila Masinde, Wanjiro Gikonyo, and of course Houghton Irungu. Houghton, I'm a bit scared to give you the platform because the moment you start speaking, someone will arrive. But let's see. Let's see. Maybe that's a good thing, huh?
Just give me two chances.
We'll give you two chances, and we'll be set for the evening. But I wonder what you picked out from Maure's 90-minute in the limelight, as it were.
So I picked up two issues. I think the first issue I picked up was really this man Lazarus Chakwera of Malawi,
Yes.
who was elected after 24 years of being an Assemblies of God
Minister,
preacher. So that was the first thing that I got. And I think we have to recognize that religion is an extremely vibrant, thought-provoking force in the continent. And they're saying something like two out of every 5 Christians in the next 10, 20 years will be in Africa, right? So we should expect more candidates to come forward to put themselves forward for leadership. Fact check.
All right, I told you, but it's not a candidate. It is the Ghana party presidential candidate is out there, and we just want to hear how he thought this went for him.
You're not lucky.
Thank you very much, Joe. He is outside here, just emerging from the debate. Your opponent, the man you were meant to engage on the podium, the Roots Party presidential candidate, Professor George Ojakoya, failed or rather declined to take part in this debate. What do you make of that?
Well, I was very disappointed and doubly disappointed because I actually saw him driving, and I can't understand why he should come all the way here to say he will not participate. As leaders, we must allow ourselves to be interrogated. I feel a sense of freedom. I feel like I can fly because I have spoken to Kenyans. They have had an opportunity to ask me questions. It is important, Kenyans, you ask yourself, who can you depend on? Is every policy being proposed a policy that can work? Why don't we interrogate it in a place like this? I'm disappointed.
Do you feel you managed to achieve what you set out to achieve here this evening?
Yes, and I was surprised how time moved very quickly. And I feel elated because I was being honest. But also, it is important that leaders come out and they come out as they are before Kenyans. And they say why they are in this race. Let's stop giving promises out there. But let's also, when we come here, explain the past, what we do in the future, and what we have done in the past. And if you've been in government, why we are where we are. And for instance, some of the examples I gave explain where is the 215 billion euro board if you are in government when that money went missing.
All right, thank you so much. Well, Joe, the Agano Party presidential candidate just leaving. He says he is the real deal, very confident that this evening he got to clarify, he got to articulate the policies that he has for Kenyans if he wins the elections come August the 9th. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Rita Tinina. Just engaging the Agano presidential candidate moments after he left that stage in his own assessment. Actually, the real deal, those two words were his on that stage, and he believes that he has done a great job. And Houghton, you were actually doing an assessment on this end, and I do hope that this time around you can actually finish your thoughts.
Let's keep going. Maybe the candidates will rock up as a result. So I think the first point, he talked a lot about religious leaders having been an important part of the second liberation struggle, the first liberation struggle, and so on. He talked a bit about Bishop Okulu and Muge and others. I think there are a number, and they're not just Christian. I mean, I think we have to think about Sheikh Balala. We have to think about the Chief Justice Emeritus Willie Mutunga, a Muslim. We have to think about younger generation of people who are very grounded in their faith but come to give leadership. So I think that was interesting for me. The second point that I wanted to raise was the question that was raised about mental health, because I think I heard something interesting there that I think all the candidates could address themselves to. The first one is this. We know from the stats that something like 300 people are diagnosed with depression every day in Kenya. And we are the fifth or sixth highest number of people who have mental health issues. Now, we've seen a new mental health bill come to pass. It was enacted just recently. This is the Senator Kasanga bill.
Yeah.
We've also seen a lot of investment in mental health institutions, and I think now you can use your NHIF card for mental health treatment. But the question we have not discussed yet is the issue of disabilities, other disabilities. So, for example, people with disabilities, I'm told, are something like about 8% of the voter base in this country. So that's a population of about 1.7 million people. I've not heard a strong argument for what candidates would do with regards to the issue of people with disabilities. What we've seen is really a gerrymandering or a fixing of the nominations that should be going to people with disabilities. And did we not see something like 79 party lists rejected just recently because people were using spaces for minorities and exclude marginalized communities for others? And I think we need to see more focus on all of the disabilities in the electoral race in the last few weeks of the elections.
Thank you. And Professor Witty, Houghton talks about this contrast that Wahiga Maure was trying to draw between himself and the other three gentlemen who are running for president in the country. And he basically says that he is the real deal because all these other guys have been there, done that, and there's a sense in which every one of them, according to him at least, can be associated with the problems that we have. Do you think that that was a convincing case that he was making, and did he succeed at it?
I think he made a good point, which Irungu already referred to, and I characterize it as a pastoral approach, that he is a good shepherd. And that is deeply inherent in his faith tradition. And you could see in his presentation, he talked a lot about corruption, the debt, the cost of living, integrity, values. So he was spot on the real issues that we should actually focus on. What begs in my mind is whether the voters out there are listening to the contrast that he's trying to draw. Because I think he speaks from the heart. And I think the question that he was asked about his public service record was a really awkward question. Because again, the question is public service just working in government? Or is public service basically serving this country in all other places, like private sector, private endeavors, like being a businessman or something like that? But he draws a very sharp contrast. Now, the question he asks, which is pertinent, is all the other gentlemen coming to this stage have a public service record working in government, from Wajakoya to Raila Odinga to William Ruto. I think the challenge that he's putting before them is, why are we here? Right. What difference are you going to make? You've been you've participated in government that has basically brought us to this mess. The debt crisis, runaway corruption, a country that is devoid of integrity and a sense of values. I think he raises the right questions. And today we might actually say that he's not actually the fifth, he's the real deal.
Dennis.
I think actually to add on to what he's saying, my sense is sincere. He came across very sincere. His manifesto, of course, talks about restitution, and he talked a lot about that. My overall sense, it's a bit like the Constitution. It's ahead of its time. He's ahead of his time. If you see what I mean? He talks about things that
I'm
our
curious
politics
about that.
is not...
What do you mean he's ahead of time? Where is he and where are we?
The things he stands for are ahead of where we are. Let me put it that way. The values that Alex was referring to, that Irungu was referring to, it's not where we are.
But I mean, that is interesting because I've heard people say that what we've had in this country is national decline, that we have this regression that has happened in this country, that if you talk to anybody, whether it is about public transport, whether it is health systems and all that, there are people who actually said things used to be better. So I'm wondering whether we have regressed, as people say, or we are yet to get to that place where he is, because I find that a very interesting.
My sense is, before the others, I think my sense is we have allowed standards to drop. Yeah. We have accepted falling standards, and he's basically saying this is the standard we should be at.
Wow, Sheila.
I like that this. Do I call it an interview or a debate by himself?
Yeah.
That it started on the topic around values, ethics, morals. Because that's
music to your ears.
Oh, music to my ears. Yes, because it's something that we have really talked about for some time since we passed the Constitution. What are the ethical and moral standards that need to be applied for those who are serving in public office? And because when you look at the picture now, when you look at the ballot papers right now, a lot of those names are people who are not fit to hold office because they've been accused of one offense or another.
That's an interesting distinction because you're talking about a different standard. Right now, in this country, the standard that we know, which we apply all the time and every politician in town knows about it, innocent until proven guilty. And then now they added something until you have exhausted all your appeal mechanisms. So what you are talking about is a different standard, and that is an interesting one.
Yeah, we have applied a criminal standard to Chapter 6, which requires a moral and ethical standard if we're going to actually live and breathe life
But how
into
do we get there? If the Constitution is not going to give it to us, if legislation is not going to give it to us,
well,
how do we get?
The Constitution has already given it to us. The Constitution, and that's a supreme.
But on paper, but we don't live it. That's what I am saying. How do we get to a point where we actually live Chapter 6?
I think, well, for now, in the next 2 weeks, because this is what we are looking forward to, August 9th, is about Kenyans applying those standards as they make decisions on the ballot. And as Maure spoke, that is what struck my mind, because we need people who are bringing respect and honor to public office. When you get into public office, it is not your personal property. It is public service is bequeathed to you by citizens, and it therefore requires that you take care of it, you nurture it in a certain way. But we have seen people, individuals who have abused it, and are coming back to us. You have come, it's like you've given someone your car, they've gone, had accidents, banged it, dented, and then they bring it back to you and tell you, you gave me your Mercedes Benz, now I want your, what's a
Ferrari. Take the house.
No. Now I want your 100 billion shilling house, and yet I gave you something of smaller value and you dented it. So that's exactly what these people are doing. They're coming back to us, having tarnished those public offices and asking for even more. And as I listen,
in the Bible, there's something about being faithful in small things, then you can be entrusted.
Exactly, but that's not what's happening in this country. and for me, if we want to build this country on a strong foundation, not on sand, but on rocks, that is what we need to do. And then we can then be able to relieve all these plans, that they have. If it's about gender representation, it's about the economy, it's about food security. That can't happen without talking about values, integrity, morals, and so on. But let me just talk about some of his comments that he made on issues around corruption, because he kept on coming back to it, the cost of corruption, and so on. I saw him talk about a lot of figures. I would have wanted to hear more about the qualitative cost of corruption. But then the other one is, I would have wanted him to just address some of the issues that he has raised and has proposed in his manifesto. For instance, and here he talked about strengthening institutions. Particularly, governance institutions. In his manifesto, he talks about, for instance, strengthening the Asset Recovery Agency, because his manifesto is founded a lot on, returning stolen assets, and he's talked about it. But then he talks about putting the Asset Recovery Agency under the presidency. And for me, I have questions around that.
That's
I would have wanted him to speak a little bit about that, because for me, that's not strengthening institutions. We've seen what has happened when the presidency has gotten involved in governance, certain governance processes.
How do you square that with this idea that you need something to be led, that you need leadership that is provided at the very top to get certain things to move? Maybe it's coming from that, because from around this table I can hear comments everywhere about the place of strong leadership, value-based leadership that is going to drive this anti-corruption war.
Yeah, but that's why we have independent institutions. And the reason why we have independent institutions is so that they're able to run without political or executive influence or manipulation, because we've seen that happen. And that is why, for instance, we will fault some of them for not performing to what is expected, because there's been a bit of interference, even in terms of how some of those individuals are selected and appointed. But here we actually need to let these institutions work independently, ensure that their leadership is competent. And how you ensure that is by ensuring that you're not meddling, because right now we have what we call political appointees in some of these institutions. that's why I got worried when I hear that he wants to put some institutions under the presidency so that he can be able to drive the fight against corruption. I think the fight against corruption is best done under independent institutions. We have the constitution, the legislative and policy frameworks that guide how they should work, and we should let that be.
And I'll revisit that, but I would like to hear what Wanjiru would say about David Wahiga Maure's 90 minutes out there.
Well, I think there's a role for the smaller parties, the fringe parties, and this is something we discussed.
Well, they don't like being called that, but I give it to you.
Right. I'm not sure what the politically correct term is.
I'm sure Jakoya wouldn't want to hear. Professor Jakoya is very...
Yeah. And part of their role is agenda setting, and it's to highlight and bring out with a lot of emphasis important issues that the larger parties have ignored. And I think in the case of Agano, they're looking at, it's an anti-corruption, governance, good leadership agenda. And I think this is the key, this is the main thing that's bedeviling Kenyans, because we've got good plans. We've got countries that come and borrow our plans, go and implement them a lot more successfully. We've got good policy documents that don't get implemented. We've got very smart leaders. We've got a good constitution. So what's missing is the good governance, is in the leadership, integrity, accountability agenda. And I think as a Gano party, that is a very big contribution to the debate. Is it enough to, kind of push up the numbers and get a wide kind of appeal? It might not be, but if you look at what's happening, first of all, right now we are working under two coalition parties. So there's a role for parties that are issue-based. And as long as we are doing coalition building, as long as the party then is also serious in terms of not just showing up around elections, but staying in between, there is a role for parties that are issues-led. And this, I think, is the central party, central issue bedeviling us.
It's interesting that you're saying this is the central issue, and it is being championed perhaps more than anyone else by a party that you call fringe, because it is a small party. It's not as big as the behemoths that the coalitions are. Isn't that an interesting paradox in a country that the things that we say are important here don't seem to be pushing the electorate in any one direction? As a matter of fact, there is no evidence as we speak now that corruption, for example, would make people not vote for someone.
Yeah, it is a paradox, but maybe we can look at the example of like the green movements, where you've had smaller parties, where you've had what was maybe a bit of a fringe issue, but a very important issue, now come to the center stage. So I really agree with what David is saying. Actually, I agree with all the panelists that it's very important to keep it on the agenda. It's an agenda we've been talking about and is kind of getting overtaken by the economic agenda. So it's important to Agano reminds us that economy is important, but you need to have the foundation. And possibly it's an issue whose time is not on the table, but until it is, we are going to remain in this kind of stop-start situation as a country where we don't quite achieve the economic potential that we can.
Dennis, you have done a lot of work in this economy governance space, whether it is Vision 2030, whether it is just sort of analyzing Big Four and all of these things. And there's a question that's troubling me here about the nexus between corruption and the economy, because it almost seems to some people that it is either or. And yet, what I'm hearing around this table is that they are inextricably intertwined, that you actually don't talk about the economy in any exhaustive way if you do not talk about the impact corruption is having in terms of impeding economic development.
Sure. You can't talk about the economy without talking about corruption. I think the arguments that are being made now, from what I'm seeing from the other parties, is that corruption does not have such an effect as it should. I think that's the wrong argument. I think this guy's argument is good because it goes back to basics. For me, corruption is the opposite of policy, if you see what I mean. So that every corrupt act is the negation of a policy act. Yeah? So if you're not doing the policy, which is the good thing, corruption is the bad thing. So you can't fix, and that's how you fix the economy. You fix the economy through policy. So for me, these things are completely related. They are related. I think the only point I'll make is, I don't know where his numbers are coming from. The 12 trillion, 15 trillion, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, even Houghton wanted to fact check him, but let's hear.
He makes a good point. A lot of these manifestos that are being thrown at us are all visionary. But there's no one telling us about legacy. And he is, by talking about these things of 12 trillion or 1 trillion or whatever outside, he's telling us fix the legacy thing.
But there's just one number I want to hear from you. We've been told every day that because the president said there is some 2 billion that is lost every day. I don't know whether you share the view that that is possible, whether that is, because I've had certain parties, and he also referred to him quite a bit, to that question of 2 billion quite a bit, and it's almost as if all these parties are beginning to even make policy proposals with that as a key assumption.
I think that's exaggerated. I think 2 billion is probably the total of misaccounted and unaccounted for money. I don't think it's all theft. I don't think so. I think 700 billion is high. 700 billion, a third of the budget.
2 billion a day. 2 billion a day is how much annually? That's
it's 700 billion. That's a third of the budget.
Right. Yes, but in terms of the minister,
but didn't the Auditor General talk about a third of the budget
the
not being
Minister of
accounted?
Finance has said that we lose in terms of tax expenditures, taxes, revenue unaccounted, between 600 billion to 700 billion a year.
It's now 300.
Pardon?
It's now 300.
Well, this was in 20. It was in 2020.
You have recklessly mishandled, or does it mean that somebody has stolen it? I think this
Okay, the president said stolen. The Auditor General, Edward Oko at the time, actually said a third of the entire budget is unaccounted.
Yeah, unaccounted for, which does not mean stolen. You get?
But I mean, I know this for a fact. Sometimes I lose some notes.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I've stolen them, right? Joe, can I come back to just? I want to make quick points, right? One is this one, right?
Yeah.
It's not a paradox, right? This point about corruption is the single most important issue in this country, but yet we are not voting for candidates who are fighting corruption or are saying this is the key area of their
or refusing to vote for people because they appear corrupt.
Exactly. My son had a very interesting point. He said, listen, the problems are only big because we're not big enough to deal with the problems. It is the lack of capacity and agency within this country to deal with issues of corruption that is the issue that we have to address while we think about what is actually happening with the money. And this 2 billion conversation is one of them. The second point is this one. There is only two differences between a leader and a criminal, right? If we can just simplify this conversation. The first one is a leader has a conscience, right? Put in the face of temptation, they will not steal, right? They have a conscience. It is internal. If they don't have a conscience, then they have a fear of consequences. If you have a country in which there is people in positions of power who have no conscience and no fear of consequences, then you just have a chaotic country. And that's the point, I think, simplified.
But how do we get there?
You have to make corruption completely punitive. We have to criminalize it. We have to make sure that people are locked away. And secondly, that they're not put in positions. I mean, with a light touch with the Agano leader, I do hope that if Mwara is not the 5th president, that he uses his connections to get in touch with St. Peter, so that at the heaven's gates, at the pearly gates, there will be a metal detector, there will be lifestyle audit documents, and there will be warrants of arrest for those people who have disgraced their office on this kingdom. I think that's just another opportunity for Mwara.
You see why I was raising this thing. Look, you were talking about corruption, making it difficult, making it costly and punitive and all of these things. But we saw, like I think it's Sheila who mentioned someone, the former MP for Sirisia, he was jailed. Now the case is going through some process and whatever, but the guy is on the ballot and who knows, he might get elected. So how do we get to that point where people actually have it in themselves that if you stink of corruption, look like corruption, walk like it, I won't touch you until you sort out your issues.
I mean,
how does it become
a question for me is
an
you know,
electoral issue?
Transparency International have been doing really, which is that the ethics, the Electoral Commission should not have allowed them to come before us.
Yeah, because that
is my simple
because
response.
when they go to the people, I mean, we've heard in this country somebody says, "Come on, Nimwizi wetu." Yes, it's a thief maybe, but our thief. Just leave him or her alone.
Yeah, because Joe, as they're going back to the people, they're also going back with proceeds of crime and corruption. You know, and that's how people are getting convinced and mobilized, you know, to vote for this. And that's happening a lot, even in this election season. There's been a lot of exchange of money at the ground. You know, you attend a rally, you're paid to disrupt someone's rally, you're paid to intimidate others. There's been a lot of cases of voter bribery. Where is this money coming from? Those are proceeds of corruption. And that's how these people continue to get a lifeline, because they continue to convince Kenyans with money that is stolen. But what we need to do, in addition, and I agree with Irungu, in terms of ensuring that we kill impunity, the only way is by punishment, yeah? But one of the other ways, other than, you know, using the law and enforcement and so on, there's a question we're not really looking at, is the whole question around culture change. Whatever we see, how Kenyans react, you know, when you're given an option between heaven and hell, heaven being the good guys, hell being, you know, people who have been tainted, we go for the people who are tainted, meaning that you'd rather go to hell. That's how I see it. That means that we need to see some kind of
all right,
change.
Sheila, I have to stop you. This time it is Sheila. Yes. So there you have it. The presidential candidate and Deputy President William Ruto arriving there. And Rashid Abdallah is on standby. Rashid, kazi kwako.
Bila shaka Joe Geo, ni kwamba ule muda ambao ulikuwa tunausubiri wa wale waniaji urais umefika kwa hivi sasa. Akiwa wa kwanza kufika ni mwaniaji urais kwa tiketi ya UDA chini ya mwamvuli wa Kenya Kwanza, ambaye si mwingine bali naibu rais William Samoei Ruto, ukipenda daktari, ambaye amefika katika muda huu angalau kuja kuzungumza na wananchi ili aweze kuweka ajenda zake paruanja, manifesto zake zieleweke katika mjadala katika siku hii ya leo. Kwa hiyo kwa hivi sasa tutakuwa tunamsubiri. Kumbuka ni mjadala wa pili, wa kwanza umeweza kukamilika, ambapo David Waiga Maure ameweza kueleza ajenda zake baada ya Profesa George Wajakoya kufika na baadaye kughairi kutoshiriki mjadala kwa sababu ambazo ziko nje ya uwezo wetu. Katika awamu hii ya pili itakuwa ni zamu ya naibu wa rais William Samoei Ruto akiingia katika mjadala na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga. Lakini kwa hivi sasa Joe Geo, ni fursa ya kipekee kuweza kuzungumza naye, maana kumbuka ameweza kuandamana na watu wawili muhimu sana katika chama cha UDA wakati ule kule Kasarani, wakileta ajenda ya kwamba kama wanaafiki William Samoei Ruto kuwa mgombeaji wa urais kwa tiketi ya UDA. Yupo mama mboga mmoja aliweza kutoa swali hilo na mtu mmoja wa bodaboda akaweza kuidhinisha na kukubaliana hilo. Hivyo basi watu wao wawili ndio wale ambao wameandamana nao katika siku leo, pamoja na mkewe na familia yake. Kwa hiyo utanipa nafasi kwa hivi sasa kwa dakika moja tuweze kuzungumza na naibu wa rais ambaye amefika hapa. Shukrani sana naibu wa rais kuweza kufika katika siku hii ya leo. Hii ni siku ambayo ina umuhimu sana kwa kwako, manake umesitisha kampeni zako ukasema siku ya leo ni siku ya mjadala. Ina umuhimu gani kwako, kwa chama, kwa muungano na kwa taifa?
Leo ni siku ya muhimu kwa sababu tumekuja hapa tupate nafasi ya kuongea na Wakenya. Wakenya waweze kujua tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 wataamka mapema, waende wapige kura na wajue ni kwa nini wanapiga kura, ni upande gani watapiga kura na ni kwa sababu gani. Na ndio leo ni siku ya muhimu kwa sababu tutapata nafasi na wenzangu kujieleza, kueleza manifesto yetu, kueleza misimamo yetu kuhusu mambo ya muhimu yanayowahusu wa Kenya na taifa letu kwa ujumla. Tutazungumzia mambo ya uchumi hasa, tutazungumzia mambo ya vile tunaweza kuondoa njaa katika taifa letu la Kenya, vile tunaweza kupunguza gharama ya maisha, vile tutaweza kuzalisha nafasi za ajira za vijana wetu, vile tunaweza kuhakikisha kwamba wakulima wetu wanaweza kuendelea na majukumu yao, na mambo yale mengi muhimu ya matibabu, masomo ya watoto wetu, mambo ya afya, Haya ndio mambo ya muhimu, na naamini ya kwamba Wakenya wanangojea kujua ni yapi tulio nayo. Tumewazungumzia pale nyanjani, lakini leo tutapata nafasi mwafaka ya kueleza kinagaubaga yale mambo ambayo tumepanga kwa ajili ya uongozi wa taifa letu.
Labda pende kwa utofauti, naibu wa rais, ni kwamba umeandamana na naibu mgombea mwenza wa chama, lakini hapa kuna watu wawili ambao walikuwa muhimu katika ule mkutano wa wajumbe wa chama cha UDA. Huyu mama ambaye aliweza kuleta swali na yule mtu wa bodaboda aweza kuidhinisha. Mbona ukawapa kipaumbele katika siku ya leo ya mjadala?
Kwa sababu nimeambatana na wao tangu tuanze hii safari. Huyu mama nilimpata kule Kiambu wakati tulienda kule kwa Economic Forum, na niliona ni mama mwenye ako na maono. Alitoa mchango wake kama vile wamama wengi na Wakenya wengi wa tabaka mbalimbali. Karibu Wakenya 90,000 walihusika katika kutengeneza manifesto yetu ya Kenya Kwanza, na ni baadhi ya wananchi kama mama huyu na huyu mungwana ambaye pia ni mshirika wetu mkubwa katika chama cha UDA katika muungano wa Kenya Kwanza.
Pengine kwa kauli ambayo anaweza kuitumia kuweza kumalizia kwa yule hasla ambaye anatizama, anatarajia nini sasa hivi kutoka kwa kiongozi wake?
Anatarajia kujua ni vipi yeye ataweza kuweka chakula katika meza, ni vipi mtoto wake anaweza kupata ajira, ni vipi masomo yake ya watoto wake itashughulikiwa, ni vipi kilimo kitashughulikiwa na serikali inayokuja, na ni vipi anaweza kuhakikisha kwamba ako na matibabu, na ni mpango gani tulio nayo kumshughulikia ili aweze kupata matibabu bila matatizo. Naamini kwamba haya ni baadhi ya mambo Wakenya wanangojea.
Naam, kila laheri katika mjadala, kila laheri katika mjadala. Naam, naibu wa rais William Samoei Ruto, daktari, akisema kwamba katika siku ya leo ashazungumza mengi katika kampeni Joageo, lakini ana fursa ya kipekee kuweza kuyachanganua kwa utaratibu katika mjadala. Hivyo basi ameandamana na watu wawili ambao ni muhimu sana katika safari yake yeye kuchaguliwa na kupewa tiketi ya uwaniaji wa rais. Narudi kwako ili Wakenya wapate fursa baadaye ya kujua mengi na wachanganuzi matarajio yao na hoja ambazo ni muhimu kujadiliwa katika siku hii ya leo. Joageo.
Shukran. Rashid Abdallah there speaking to the Deputy President who is the UDA presidential candidate in the Kenya Kwanza coalition in this election that is now just 13 days away. Dr. Ruto there talking about what he believes is important for the country and sort of giving a glimpse of what he hopes to talk about during this. And interestingly, Professor Witi arriving with his entourage, which includes the two people we saw who endorsed him, Pauline Waithera and Kelvin Okoth, sort of trying to remind us of what he has been saying out there in campaigns.
Well, the DP is a master of optics, and I think this is just basically one of those instances where he uses to full effect essential imagery just to construct a narrative that endears him more to the ordinary Kenyans, because those two people are very unlikely participants at this level in this country. We don't see ordinary Kenyans flank presidential candidates. But I was just about to say one thing. The reason why ethics, integrity, and values are subordinate in our political discourse and in political organizing is because the basis for political mobilization is still ethnic. If you look at Raila Odinga, he gets onto this stage because he has a strong support of the Luo community. Look at William Ruto, who has built an interesting coalition between his Kalenjin community and the Kikuyus. Mwaure does not have that luxury. And therefore, when he rides on values, Kenyans are not paying attention, because what brings us to this stage to even then invite these conversations are not the important things. These things come afterwards. And this ethnic political mobilization is a huge problem that we have to deal with.
But Ruto has been saying this many times that this election is about the economy and all of these things. And some people say that the ethnic question is not as pronounced in this election as it has been previously. Do you agree?
It is still a very strong undertone. It is the bastion that you got to start with. And when you see even your colleagues in the media basically trying to figure out how the electoral process is going to go, you always start with what you call the quote-unquote strongholds. in that entourage of Raila Odinga is Kalonzo Musyoka, okay, bringing in the big Kamba vote. In that entourage is the governor of Kakamega, bringing in the Luhya vote. And so you see this ethnic bifurcation being a very critical point of mobilization. So issues that are substantive to the citizens of this country, such as unemployment. How come we don't see youth mobilizing around the unemployment question? That even Maure today was just deplorable in the way that he handled it. He had no great ideas. And even Deputy President William Ruto and even Raila Odinga, nobody has any clue about how to mobilize the economic resources of this country to then create the traction that leads to jobs. We still imagine that if you're going to give us handouts in terms of grants and loans, that every young people can start a business. They don't want a business. They want jobs like you and I. They want jobs like the one that Ruto is seeking, not the jobs like their MPs. This economy of bringing your own job is not working. It never builds economies.
And that's a good place, Wanjiru, to kind of segue into this next debate that we are going to have in about 20 minutes' time, where we actually have two campaigns, markedly different in the platforms on which they are running. Both of them saying that it is the economy is stupid, as one American president said, but approaching this economy from very different directions. I wonder what you have heard and what contrasts or similarities you see in the overall platforms of the two main formations that we are about to receive. Hopefully we get both of them.
Right. So from my point of view, I think in terms of economy, there's been, and the manifestos, there's a win for Kenyans because there's a recognition of the importance of economy. Both manifestos bring out, of course, the economic issue as the primary one. The language is different, the way they've structured their manifestos is different, but they prioritize agriculture, where a majority of Kenyans are employed. They then recognize that a majority of Kenyans are also in the informal sector. And with Azimio, they try and link agriculture to manufacturing, to the informal sector, trying to really take a holistic look at saying if that's where people are employed, that's where we need to put money, we then need to add value, we then need to do marketing and therefore create jobs. So there's a very intentional effort to go back to what the economy needs. On the UDA side, KK side, they've also done the same. They've also prioritized agriculture. They've also prioritized MSMEs, looking at the informal sector. They've linked that to manufacturing. They also prioritize ICT. So in terms of the priority sectors, you can say they have prioritized both of them and recognize using different language that trickle-down economics is not working, that you really need to engage the majority and be meaningful in that way. So one, in terms of the broad economic priorities, I think they're on the same page. A slight difference because Kenya Kwanza takes more of an enterprise, social enterprise approach, whereas the Azimio takes more of a social democratic development approach, more welfare approach. But in principle, they have a good sell. And as manifestos go, much as we have, we're very cynical about them, we must remember that Jubilee Manifesto was a kind of a jumble of projects that they tried to implement and essentially broke the economy. So we must hold these, whichever side gets in, and even the side that's in the opposition to their promise. But the big difference for me is in terms of the values foundation. Azimio makes is very explicit actually in terms of democracy, social justice, citizen engagement, putting public participation, civic engagement, as part of as part of their approach. So you see their democratic human rights-based approach. They have a section on governance. Their proposals are not as replete, but they do touch on leadership and integrity, ethics, anti-corruption. They go the whole gambit. But when you look at Kenya Kwanza, it's missing in terms of the values foundation. And their approach to governance is to strengthen institutions, which is good in itself, but really That's a basic, public, one, it's based in the Constitution, strengthens those institutions because they're focusing a lot on the oversight institutions, giving them enough money, giving them independence. That's the constitutional position. But they do not touch leadership and integrity. So, and you understand why.
And I want us to discuss that emerging dichotomy, whether that's something that we can look forward to in the coming elections. But Dennis, I wonder what fundamental differences, briefly, do you see between the two platforms that have been presented to us by Azimio and Kenya Kwanza?
Do you want us to close the Maure debate, because I think there's still some issues that we didn't cover?
Well, we could go that all night long, but we have only 20 minutes for the next debate. So, in fact, it is less now.
You want to say something quickly?
Yeah, I wanted to say something very quickly. I think either...
Dennis, is that you donating your time to him?
I'm donating 1 minute to him.
1 minute to me. So
1 minute to him.
It's about Wajakoya and facts. He has a very, very strange relationship with facts. And I feel really uncomfortable trusting him at the helm of government. He does not understand. He calls us a wealthy nation. Our revenue yield in 2020-2021 was just 1.6 trillion. In 2021-2022, by June, July to June this year, we're at 2.03. Our budget estimates at 3 trillion. I don't understand where he gets this notion that we're a very wealthy nation. We're really struggling with a huge debt overhang. His proposals about agriculture are really fantastic in an imaginary way. He has got a very agrarian fixation with agriculture. He has no idea about how pastoralism works. His whole fixation about agriculture is throw fertilizer in the soil. So I think this very flippant relationship with facts really undermines the credibility of his candidacy, especially when you want to trust him at an executive level to actually run a state bureaucracy.
And probably that would have been great to ask him had he showed up or had he stayed back and you make a great point. But Dennis, you were talking about
Thanks, Dennis, for the donation.
These two formations, and I don't know how many of your minutes are left, but
just in general terms, I think I get the sense Azimio comes across as more looking at the production side, whereas Kenya Kwanza is looking at the market side. They talk about value chains. I think they built their whole manifesto around value chains. Kenya Kwanza. There was a very good differentiation someone made about the two. Azimio is more towards welfare society, whereas KK is towards fair society. So there's a kind of fairness. For me, and then there's, I think Azimio's is very much, there's a social charter. There's a social charter, social contract. I think that's what Wanjiru was saying. KK is very much empowerment. So it's about empowering people. And of course, the detail is different. I think there's some innovative things. I think KK has gone much deeper into things of public finance, talking about securitizing pending bills, an infrastructure bank. They've gone into much more detail on the public finance side. So they're a bit specific on that. But I take Wanjiru's point, by the way. I think there's an important point on the governance. They've instrumentalized it. So there's no underpinning philosophy.
Yeah.
It's about instruments. Governance is an instrument, right? There are no underpinning values. I think that's a very important point, especially since, in fact, I wanted to make this point. In the forward to the manifesto, the Deputy President says he wants to do three things. Defend the Constitution, institutionalize our politics, and create jobs. It would be very interesting to see what that means.
Okay, Sheila, you haven't said anything. I don't know what you see in front of us if any of these two people were to get to power. What distinctions do you see, especially from where you sit?
Well, first, I just want to, if I reflect back on the Jubilee Manifesto and why there were some, can I call them, some promises were dead on arrival, was because they really didn't look at the legislative and policy institutional framework. What is the current framework? That's something that I feel a lot of them are not looking at even as they make certain promises, and that is where a lot of them will struggle. So all the promises, when you look at Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, Agano, some for Jacoya, I don't agree with many of them, but they're good. They're good. I mean, if they're good in an ideal world, but then the practicalities of what is the current framework, both institutional policy and legislative for a country that they're not looking at. Particularly when I look at, can I go back to my pet topic on corruption?
Yes, yeah.
And I, like, for instance, like the DP is talking about giving financial and operational independence to institutions like, those responsible for fighting corruption, the judiciary, and so on, which is good, and which, as we have said, has been a problem, that most of these don't have the resources and even the independence, the muscle to be able to operate. But then there are certain challenges that we've seen, and I've not heard them talk about how they will address some of these challenges to their institutional, functional, financial independence of these institutions. Yeah. But for me, primarily as well, I think that when it comes to the issues around corruption, I still feel like they've looked so much on the issues around enforcement, but we are not looking at prevention. And for as long as we are not looking at fighting corruption from a prevention lens, we'll always be fighting.
Okay.
Yeah, and chasing after the money. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about how they will actually prevent. And one classic way of starting to prevent corruption is by ensuring that people who have been accused, there I go with my song, people who have been accused of corruption don't get anywhere near public office.
So Hudson, you have only 1 minute, within which we hope someone will arrive. But you have the last word on this one before we take the break to go to the
Maybe allow me to keep speaking until somebody shows up, right?
You have exactly 1 minute.
Yeah, I think what folks have said is, I would agree with much of what everybody said. I think, 6 months ago, there was no galvanizing idea in the political space. I think we now have some ideas that are fairly cogent, they're clear, they're inspirational, they're aspirational. Of course, we're waiting to see budgets and schedules and the first 100 days, first 180 days and so on. But I think the harder questions will be, for example, what do we do with the parastatals that continue to drain the coffers? What are we going to do with the fact that we have huge recurrent expenditure bills in terms of staffing? Okay. What are we going to do with this pension that Jubilee had, which was to create infrastructure everywhere?
And I think
so these are some of the challenges.
And we can only get some of those questions, hopefully, inside the hall, because we want to take that break right now. And when we come back in the next couple of minutes, we'll be inside the auditorium to hear what the candidate who's arrived has for us, hoping that the other one will arrive at some point. But here we are, taking that break for the second and final debate of the night.
Linda familia na marafiki dhidi ya magonjwa.
The UHC coverage journey is on. NHIF is working under the guidance of the Ministry of Health in the UHC Step Up, which presents an opportunity to secure Kenyans access to quality health services without suffering financial hardship. So take the bold step today and safeguard your family by enrolling to NHIF to ensure health for all.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Moses Kulia, mkaaji wa hapa Bomboruru, ambao tunafanya na kazi na hii sako yetu ya Geno Sako, ambao ruti yetu ni Bomboruru Sabaseni. Kwa hii kadi ya bima nilichukua 2013, ambapo ilinisaidia 2018, ambapo bibi yangu alikuwa anajifungua, nilienda hospitali tukatibiwa, kuhudumiwa vizuri, alafu wakati wa kutoka hatukuitishwa kitu. Kwa hivyo ningemhimiza makondakta wote na madriver wajiandikishe kwa hii bima yetu, ambapo itakuwa inawasimamia.
Linda familia na marafiki dhidi ya magonjwa.
What is a secondary school in Kenya? It ranges from 106 high-cost national schools educating 3% of the learners, where you find ultra-modern libraries and laboratories, the most experienced principals and teachers, and the best teacher-student ratios. To with 7,019, some barely established, understaffed, lacking basic facilities, sub-county schools, educating over 60% of learners. Given that KCSE is the most consequential examination in our education system, isn't it fair that we level the ground for all learners to excel by narrowing the capacity gaps between the worst and best schools to deliver quality education? The summer agenda calls for a sub-county schools upgrading program and a change from the cap-and-taker model to enable small schools to grow. Without these, SDG4 is a false promise to most Kenyan children.
Leaders don't need to have all the answers. Ordinary people. If leaders just listen. Each year, patients who can't pay hospital bills are detained in hospitals against their will.
Kwa majina naitwa Maina. Nilienda hospitali kujifungua, nikakuwa sina pesa, nikakuwa niko detained for 24 days. Nilileta watoto wangu nyumbani nikiteseka, na ile kitu ya serikali kuwa kila Mkenya yuko na haki ya afya. Ule alikuwa na pesa au hana pesa, ana haki ya kudumisha afya na kuwa na afya njema.
Each year, 186 men are lawfully killed and 30 disappear while in police custody before they get to court.
Kwa jina naitwa Hussein. Mimi ndio baba wa marehemu Yasin Hussein Moyo, yule aliyepigwa risasi na polisi wakati wa corona akiwa kwa balkoni yao. Na hiyo ni kitu inaniumiza sana. Na mimi ningeomba maafisa wa polisi waache kuchukua sheria mkononi mwao, kupiga watu na kuwavunja, na wafai kuwa juu ya sheria, wanafaa kuwa chini ya sheria kama vile
way have enabled me to find out who I am and have helped me figure out where I want to go in this life. They have a good quality education, which I 100% vouch for.
Enroll at Catholic University of Eastern Africa for courses in nursing, law, business, economics, computer science, education, community health and development, actuarial science, international relations, counseling psychology, regional integration and theology. September intake ongoing at Langata and Eldoret campuses. Email admissions@quare.edu or visit quare.edu. Quare for innovative marketable graduates.
Karibu Camp. By offering market linkages, networking opportunities, and technical assistance, Kenya Association of Manufacturers assists its members to grow and scale up their businesses. Join us and let us work together to grow the manufacturing sector. Becoming a CAM member is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Association of Manufacturers, driving global competitiveness.
Good evening and welcome to the Pope Paul VI Learning Resource Center at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa here in Nairobi. My name is Eric Latif of Spice FM and KTN News.
And I'm Yvonne Okwara of Citizen Television. Welcome to the second of 2 presidential debates between the 4 presidential candidates cleared to run for president in the forthcoming election. This is the last of 6 national televised debates organized through a joint media presidential debates initiative, bringing together literally the entire Kenyan media fraternity.
The candidates participating in the debate tonight have agreed to the rules and guidelines requiring them to conduct themselves with utmost decorum, address each other with respect, and extend honor to viewers watching this debate live across all of Kenya's broadcast media platforms.
The candidates in the debate have also agreed to observe the highest standards of ethics in their conduct on the debate platform. The candidates are not permitted to carry or refer to their mobile phones or to wear any listening devices, including earphones. Medically recommended hearing aids are exempt from this rule. But luckily, we have confirmed that none of the candidates is on a hearing aid.
Ethics and guidelines also remind the candidates that they shall not carry to the debate platform any written material, whether books or journals, manifestos, or any articles, including even handwritten notes.
Each candidate will have 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 2 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have been carefully selected after a thorough assessment of the state of our nation and the sentiments of the Kenyan voters in various parts of the country.
In line with the debate rules and best practice, the questions we shall be asking tonight have not been shared with any of the campaign teams, neither were they discussed or formulated in conjunction with anyone. The questions we shall be asking tonight are entirely our own.
An invited audience seated here in the auditorium has also agreed to the debate rules. They have been fully briefed that cheers, jeers, or any other form of noise is not permitted during the debate. The audience has also agreed to the request and requirement to maintain order and civility right through this debate.
This debate was to feature two leading presidential candidates, Raila Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party and William Ruto of the United Democratic Alliance, UDA. We have, however, received written notification from the Raila Odinga campaign that he shall not be taking part in this debate.
Indeed, but in keeping with the traditions of the Joint Media Presidential Debates Initiative since 2013, the debate is on. And we now make one exception to permit the audience here in the auditorium to help us welcome Dr. William Ruto, the UDA presidential candidate, to the stage.
Your Excellency Deputy President, Honorable Ruto, thank you very much for honoring Kenyans with this appearance. We shall conduct a series of question and answer, and whose topics have already been shared with you. We'll give you 2 minutes to begin with your opening statement before we go to the main thrust of the questions tonight.
Thank you very much. William Ruto, a husband, to my dear wife Rachel, who is in this audience, a father, to my children who are also joining me this evening in this debate, the sitting Deputy President of Kenya, a presidential candidate in this election, and I have come here to participate in this debate because I have presented myself as a presidential candidate, knowing very well where our country is. We are a country that is faced with mounting challenges. We have a huge track record of what we have achieved, but there is tremendous opportunity out there for more to be achieved. I believe that this is a Mama Mboga moment. We have 5 million young people who are not working. We have 15 million Kenyans who today are blacklisted in CRB. We have 10 million citizens who have no access to credit in the micro and small enterprise sector. And I believe I am the candidate with a plan to be able to get Kenya to the next level.
Thank you, Honorable Ruto, for your opening statement. Let's get right into the first topic of discussion here tonight, and that is the cost of living, something that many Kenyans are concerned about tonight. At the moment, Honorable Ruto, we currently have 3 subsidies in place on fuel, on unga, on fertilizer, all aimed at dealing with the cost of living. Do you believe that subsidies are the way to go and are the right approach at this moment to deal with this issue?
I believe that subsidies can alleviate the problem to an extent, especially when we find ourselves in the situation where we are. My position is that we find ourselves at this port because there are certain things we didn't do right. We had a Big Four plan because we foresaw this situation. We were here in 2017. We decided then that it is proper to formulate a plan that included matters food security. If you look at the 4 pillars of the Big Four plan, one of them was agriculture and food security and nutrition. Unfortunately, that plan fell apart. It was actually sabotaged. So we find ourselves in this space because, one, we didn't capitalize our agricultural sector. We actually removed the fertilizer subsidy program that existed, which we just reinstated, I think, 3 months ago. Why did we withdraw it in the first place? Because to deal with the cost of living, you just have to increase agricultural productivity. And to increase agricultural productivity, you need to do 3 things. Number 1, make sure farmers have access to inputs: fertilizer, seeds, pesticides. Make sure the farmers have the necessary capital to be able to do the farming. And 3, make sure they have access to markets that are not rigged. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. And that's why we find ourselves in the situation we're in. So that's why in our plan, as Kenya Kwanza, we have set out with clarity what we need to do. We have put in place a 30 billion revolving fund to make sure that farmers have access to inputs. We have added a 12 billion shilling expenditure on agricultural extension, because it's not just enough to have inputs. It's also important for farmers to use the latest information on how to get our farming right and increase the productivity of every farmer. And the statistics show, with access to fertilizer, with access to certified seed, with access to capital, a farmer who produces 5 bags can produce 15. So we can actually double, if not triple, our agricultural output. What that means is that the 2 million farmers who today are net importers of food themselves can actually produce surplus. And we can make sure that we have sufficient supply that ensures that the prices are reasonable for everybody. So the real solution to the cost of living, especially on matters food, because we all understand the biggest contributor to the high cost of living is the cost of food. The average expenditure of families is 52% of their income. In fact, poorer families spend between 60 and 65% of their income on food. So dealing with the cost of food significantly deals with the challenge of high cost of living.
Honorable Deputy President, if I may just interject, what you say today has also been said by you before. In the first term of your administration, you pledged the same, that you are going to deal with agriculture, you're going to support farmers, and that's when the first fertilizer subsidy was rolled in, before it was embroiled in scandal. And you'd also promised the Galana Kulalu project. When you say today that the food security aspect of the Big Four agenda was sabotaged, what exactly do you mean? What failed in the Big Four agenda with regards to food security?
Precisely that. It was sabotaged.
By
because,
who and how?
Because you know as well as I do that we never got to implement that plan. Immediately, we changed course, and the whole Big Four plan was shelved. And we went on a tangent because of the handshake equation. We went to handshake, to BBI, and the rest is history. We didn't get the time to do what we had promised the people of Kenya to do. In fact, immediately thereafter, I tried, like has been tradition for me, to support my boss. And many times, I tried to push the Big Four plan to the extent that my boss, the president, asked me that he wanted to do things differently. And he requested that he wanted to assemble a different group of people to help him deliver on what he wanted to be the legacy of the fourth president. And unfortunately, the Big Four suffered a big blow because the whole of that program did not take place.
Galana Kulalu project, Honorable Deputy President, was launched during the first term. What happened? What went wrong? Why did it fail?
The Galana Kulalu project was conceived. In fact, what happened is the first 10,000, the pilot on the first 10,000 program took place. In fact, the first harvest of maize in that program came into being. And the recommendations from the trial on that project was we needed to build a dam because the water from the river was not sufficient to do the Galana Kulalu project. We needed to scale up now and do the dam so that the water that was available, because the soils research and the trials showed that the soils could actually support the production of maize and other cereals. Unfortunately, it didn't move from there because we didn't get the dam sorted. And you know that the whole, we had actually 57 dams that we would have wanted to do. Unfortunately, they didn't happen. They suffered.
So why didn't
challenges.
you do the dams, Honorable Deputy President? And the former ambassador of Israel to Kenya also said that they were facing frustration in supporting the Kenyan government on this. Why did you not do the dams? Why did you not go ahead with the implementation of the Galana Kulalu project?
The Galana Kulalu project, as I have told you, was part of a wider plan to make sure that we move our agricultural productivity from rain-fed to irrigation. And it was not just about Galana Kulalu, it was a series of other dams, including what we call the high Grand Fall dams that was supposed to feed into the lower part of the Tana. It was Lowat Dam in Turkana. It was Radat Dam in Baringo. There was a big plan around that was now supposed to roll into place with now our targeted, because our second term was targeted at agricultural productivity and food security. And we had now made it the deliverable for our second term. And as I have told you, our second term program ran into headwinds.
Honorable Ruto, just to continue to understand Galana Kulalu, because that was a big project that, had it have succeeded, might have solved quite a few of the issues we have with respect to food security. The Auditor General conducted a report and cited weaknesses in the contracting of it. First, that there was single sourcing, and that even the manner in which the contract itself was done, in terms of payments that were tied to the contractor. And so raising a number of issues around the manner in which the contract itself was put together that then states that this was something that was going to fail anyway. And so what's your response to that with respect to the manner in which contracting is done in this country, particularly with Galana Kulalu, which was a big project under the first term of the Jubilee administration, of which you are a part?
I quite agree that issues were raised around the contract, and that is why the contract actually was shelved with a balance. Already, the trials had been done. The pivots had been set up. The first crop had been harvested. And we already had the template on what actually needed to be done, because the contract, the initial contract, was for the first 10,000 acres. The real contract was for the 1 million acres, which was really the target for food production. But as I have told you, that is not the only project we were looking at for food production. And let me also say that even without the implementation of the Galana Gulalu, supporting the farmers as they are today would still guarantee us a situation where we would not be in the situation we are in. Today, for the first time in Kenya, the price of unga has gone to 230 in some cases. It's never been that bad. I must say, as a former Minister for Agriculture, serving under President Kibaki, I am the minister who assembled the infrastructure that provide subsidy on fertilizer. And we saw an increase of 5 million bags of maize when we rolled that plan. When that plan was, when the subsidy, fertilizer subsidy was cancelled 2 years ago, that is why we are where we are. We are not here because Galana failed. We are here because we didn't do what we needed to do with our farmers the way they are today. What Galana Kulalu was supposed to give us is actually that extra production that would even make it possible for Kenya to export. There is absolutely no reason why Kenya today is spending 12 billion shillings to import maize from Uganda or from Tanzania. We should be net exporters of maize, for example, but we are not. And the reason why we are not is because our agricultural sector is undercapitalized. We have removed the support that farmers always had. And that is why, for the first time, because of the things we didn't do, because of the removal of the fertilizer subsidy, for the first time, the price of unga has gone to 230.
Honorable Deputy President, you say that a lot was done in the first term, and that is why we got to a point where in 2017, we still had a rise in food prices.
In 2017, it was specifically because of drought. And for your information, the prices of flour, maize flour, went to 140. It didn't go to 230. That's the whole difference.
However, then,
even in the situation of drought in 2017, what the debate then was, 2 kilogram packet of maize was retailing at 140. Today, it is retailing at 230 because compounded with the drought, we just did not produce as we should have produced because we didn't support the farmers the way we have always supported the farmers.
Honorable Ruto, I'd like to speak about another issue that is a contributing factor to the cost of living, and that is the high cost of fuel in the country. What do you propose to do with that? Because there's also a current subsidy in place for that. What do you think is the solution to the rising cost of fuel, which, as you know, drives the cost of a number of other products?
I think the first thing that we need to do is to look at the taxes, because 50% almost of the cost of fuel in Kenya is taxes. I think it's time, as a country, we looked at, I think there are 15 different taxes on fuel. And I think it's time we relooked at how else do we raise revenue.
Which taxes would you be proposing to remove from fuel, the cost of fuel?
I think majority of the taxes that are in that bracket, I think there are almost 15 different taxes that are there. I do not have the specifics, but those 15, I think we need to interrogate these 15 different taxes. Which ones can we put aside so that, like other countries, we can limit the taxation on fuel? Take, for example,
let me
VAT.
ask, yeah, let me, yes, okay,
take,
carry
for
on.
example, VAT.
Correct.
I think we need to rethink taxation, VAT taxation on fuel. That was the latest inclusion of taxes on fuel. And I think it was very controversial.
Yeah, Honorable Ruto, VAT on petroleum products was indeed controversial. Let me take you back to 2013 when VAT was imposed on this as a condition by IMF. At the time, then Majority Leader Aden Duale said, and I quote, "The 181 members have been convinced by our party leader and our deputy party leader on the rationale of 8% VAT on petroleum products." He went on to say, 181 is a very big number, and we will convince our members from the NASA side. So you, at this point in the year 2015, I believe, when this was passed, were pushing for 8% to be added on VAT. Today, you are saying you want to abolish VAT on petroleum products. Why should Kenyans believe you today?
Why wouldn't they? I mean, we live in a dynamic country, and it's only fools who don't change their mind. If you are in a situation where the price of fuel has gone to 160, I mean, it's time to think. I mean, when this VAT was imposed, then the price of fuel was under 100.
Honorable Ruto, when the VAT was imposed, it was at the time a condition by IMF when we were seeking a precautionary facility. Today we find ourselves in the exact same position with a third tranche of an IMF facility, and once again they are calling for the same issue that we are facing with VAT then is the same one we are facing now. And at the point, IMF has in fact said that we do not need to be removing taxes on petroleum products. So with an IMF facility already in place, are you then saying you are going to go back to the IMF and renegotiate the terms of that loan that is already in place regarding IMF VAT on fuel products?
What's wrong with negotiating with IMF? I think any reasonable government, looking at the situation where we are, looking at the cost of living, and how many Kenyans are every day sinking below the poverty line, I think it takes a courageous government to sit down with our development partners, and they are fairly reasonable people, and have a discussion. And I think they are, if not 8%, we need to renegotiate on some of the items that are outstanding. And apart from looking at that, there are other instruments that we can deploy. For example, we have the fuel subsidy fund. We need to think about how that fund is being used, how we are deploying it. Are we deploying it correctly? Is it giving us value? And what changes can be made? We need an open and frank conversation with our development partners who support us, and to the best of my knowledge, they are not unreasonable. They are reasonable people, and they can entertain a conversation on negotiating some of the terms that have been offered to us.
Honorable Ruto, I think that will take us into our second conversation tonight, and that is on the issue of national debt. And I'd like to pick up just where you left off. You say our partners, are open to renegotiation. However, on the matter of renegotiating our debt, Honorable Ruto, you just last week in an interview with the international press said you will not be entertaining discussions around renegotiating our debt. In fact, with respect to your competitor who is not here with us today, when he brought up the issue, you in fact called his statement on that condescending and reckless. Mr. Deputy President, are you tonight changing your position and saying you will renegotiate and seek to restructure our debt?
Not at all. I still believe, as I stand here, that it is reckless for anybody to say we cannot pay our debts. I believe that we have what it takes to pay our debts. And mark you, what we were discussing about VAT is very different from negotiating our debts.
But it is tied to the IMF facility, which is a loan.
It's completely different.
How so?
What we cannot entertain as a country is a position that we cannot pay. We are in a position that we can't service our debt. We cannot. We need to go out there and renegotiate our debt. I think that would send the wrong signal. What I would do on matters to do with the debt, we have a plan as Kenya Kwanza on how to manage debt. Number one, we have said we will first slow down, put the brakes on borrowing. Number two, we will put brakes on unbudgeted projects. In fact, that is the biggest source of our problem. Projects that are not within the budget, so that we cannot keep our fiscal deficit at what we have committed, 5% or 5.9%. Number three, we need to raise our revenues. And I have said openly that we have areas that we believe that we can raise our revenue. For example, we collect 52% of all collectible VAT. Just by automation and computerization, we can actually raise 95% of all collectible VAT. That would give us an extra 450 billion Kenya shillings. And added on to that, if you raise that kind of VAT, you can equally raise from corporate tax an additional 200, maybe 150 billion shillings. So there is room to raise additional funding, additional revenue for us to manage our debt without necessarily going to say we're going to negotiate our debt.
So I hear you saying that our national debt as it stands today is manageable.
Our debt today is a challenge. We need to deal with it. We are not sitting pretty. We are living, if I may say, we are living beyond our means. And that is why I am saying that we should stop this borrowing spree. Let me give you, in our first term, we borrowed 2.2 trillion. From 2017, our handshake brothers have borrowed 4.2 trillion. That's what's the source of concern. And it's not a source of concern to me. It's a source of concern to Kenyans as well. And it's even a source of concern to our development partners. They are beginning to raise issues about our debt. And more so, the trajectory of continued borrowing. So that's why I'm saying our administration will first slow down on borrowing, remove unbudgeted projects, because that's the biggest incentive, and then go back to raising our own revenue.
Do you
and
have
there
figures
are
that
areas
you are targeting? When you say remove unbudgeted projects, how much are we talking about? When you say slow down on borrowing, from what amount to what amount are you talking about?
When you look at our fiscal deficit, all right, there are too many projects that are not in the that are not budgeted for. For example, the Uhuru Gardens Museum. You don't see it anywhere in government budgets, but it's been built. So these are the kind of projects.
Do you know how much?
That,
for example,
I think
in the last financial year,
we've spent close to 15 billion in that project.
In the last financial year, Honorable Deputy President,
Yes.
do you know how much of unbudgeted projects we spent
Actually, unbudgeted projects are in the region of 100 billion. Unbudgeted projects. And that is what is spiraling our borrowing. And I'm saying that our first, and that's why if you go today to the website of the Ministry of Finance, you will hardly find any paperwork there. You will hardly find any, because there are too many projects that cannot be accounted for that are being done without a budget line. If you look at the expenditure on contingency fund, which is supposed to spend only up to 5% of the budget, sometimes it goes to 50% of the budget. So that is where we need to apply the brakes. And we are saying clearly, we not only have a plan on slowing down on borrowing, we also have a plan on raising revenue in targeted areas. Areas that would give us much more resources to run our budget, number one, and two, to also manage our repayment. And in that particular instance, you may want to know that almost 80% of all our borrowing is actually domestic, which means we are also hurting our own enterprises locally. Access to credit becomes a big challenge. We must think of how we must slow down on borrowing locally and see how we can externalize government borrowing. And it doesn't have to be borrowing. Some of the programs, we must get the stock exchange to take up some of the areas of raising revenue. The stock exchange is a wonderful instrument. We saw it when we were selling the shares of Safaricom. Safaricom was looking for 50 billion. They got 250 billion. It tells you there is a lot of money out there. If we used different instruments, how do we use the different instruments of raising capital for long-term investment using the instruments we have, revenue, and using the stock exchange? So these are avenues that are available for us to be able to take our development forward and minimize on borrowing.
Honorable Ruto, while we stay on the issue of national debt for a moment, for decades, the Treasury has refused to make public contracts that have been signed with some of our lenders like the Exim Bank of China or the China Development Bank. You've been part of a government that has refused to make this information public. Why?
Those contracts and agreements, in accordance with the Constitution, are public documents. And the public have a right to know and to have access to that information. The fact that that information is not being made public is against the Constitution. So, under
but yet,
the
Mr.
Kenya
Deputy
Kwanza
President,
administration,
you have not. This is something that you could do. You are the Deputy President of this republic. Is this not something you could do or make happen?
when you are Deputy President, I'm sorry you've not been one, you would understand to what extent you can do things. And let me give you an example. Many people did not see the mettle of Mwai Kibaki until he was president. When he became president, he made a sterling job of being president. All along, everybody thought he was a lackluster performer. I am undertaking to the people of Kenya that given a chance to be president, things will be different in Kenya.
So let me ask this just one more time. You are the sitting deputy president of this. You say this should have happened constitutionally, but it did not. Was this not something that came up in cabinet meetings? That at least we've not seen you protest about this particular matter, because debt transparency and debt, what we owe and who we are paying is something that taxpayers should know. So if you are saying this is something that should have happened but didn't, why would Kenyans believe you when you say that this is something you will do if elected president?
Because I have never been president before. This is the first time I am vying to be president. And this is the first time I will occupy the high office of president. This is when the buck will stop with me.
Are you saying, Mr. Deputy President, that in the last 9 years, you have sat in cabinet meetings and expressly said that you would like the contracts details to be released to the public?
I will not tell you whatever discussions took place in cabinet, because
we are seeking to understand, Your Excellency,
because
is what role you played
it is not in
making
place.
Sure that the government that you serve is actually adhering to the Constitution and several court orders.
Whenever it was available for me to take a position, I have always taken a position. And I have taken many positions. Sometimes that did not look very popular, if you may. And I have taken very firm positions in cabinet. And I have taken very firm positions in the public. And I think people of Kenya know me not as a coward. They know that I take what I believe in, and I take positions. I am saying here that every contract signed by the government of Kenya is a public document, and it should be available to the public.
The question of the SGR contract was raised even in the first term of your administration. It has never been made public. Mr. Deputy President, you don't have any record, any public record of you saying that these contracts should be made public. Why?
You see, as Deputy President, there is so much that you can do. In fact, my role, my oath of office has 4 functions. Number 1, I swear allegiance to the people of Kenya and to the Republic, to discharge every responsibility given to me by the Constitution and the law. And number 3, to advise whenever required. That's the language of the Constitution. Whenever required, the President on matters that he requires advice. And number 4 is to serve people equally and fairly. So I have discharged that responsibility to the best of my ability. And I have made my position in regard to the contracts very well known to the right officers. It is not a matter I would have wanted to take it in public for purposes of making sure that government is functional.
All right, I have just one last question on this before we move to our next topic of discussion, because you've informed us about, from what I understand, and you can correct me, Honorable Ruto, about the limited sort of powers of the Deputy President. Is that what you're saying in respect to making these contracts public? You said, and I quote, "I can only do so much as a Deputy President."
Absolutely.
Okay. However, in previous television interviews, you have stated that you and the President remain accountable for everything that has been done for this. So which is it, Mr. Deputy President? Are you responsible for not making these contracts public? Because you in the past have said that you and the President remain accountable and should be asked about everything that happens in this country.
Precisely, that's why you're asking me, and I have answered you. I have said clearly that to the extent that my duty as Deputy President is concerned, I have discharged my responsibility. I have given advice to my boss on many issues, including that particular issue. So I have given him my advice, enumerating very well that it is the constitutional position that every contract is made public. I have given that advice to the President as is required of me. So, but you know the buck stops with the boss.
Honorable Deputy President, let's now move to the next topic of our conversation this evening, and this will be on a matter of national security. You were recently in Elgeyo Marakwet County, where you promised the people of Kerio Valley that you would do everything in your power to secure them. You've also been visiting other parts of this country, Marsabit, Baringo, Samburu, Laikipia, West Pokot. More than 300 people have died in the last 7 months alone in this country, killed by armed bandits. Livelihoods are lost. Children have not gone to school. Children have been killed. Kerio Valley residents have even petitioned the UN Secretary General, saying that their government has failed to provide them with security. In your manifesto, you say that security is a cornerstone of protecting people's livelihoods. Why has the government of Kenya, in which you've served as an assistant minister, as a minister, as a deputy president, been unable to secure the people of these counties?
I quite agree with the feeling of many Kenyans. In fact, it's yesterday. It's not even last week. It's yesterday. I was in Elgeyo Marakwet, and one of the leaders there told us we have buried 114 people in that neighborhood. So it is indeed a live and serious matter. You have seen me in when we came into office in 2016. I called all the leaders from Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Pokot, Samburu, and we had a serious leaders meeting in my office in Karen. And because of that meeting, for about 3 years, we went round, we mobilized all the governors, and we provided National Police Reserve in all those areas. And the situation was under control. But when we came into the handshake arrangement, a false narrative, very unfortunate false narrative, was rolled out that, all these National Police Reservists in Elgeyo Marakwet, in Baringo, in West Pokot were actually a militia that William Ruto would use at some point. And all the National Police Reserve were withdrawn. A very reckless act. And with the withdrawal of the National Police Reserve, the situation went south. And that is why I was saying yesterday in Elgeyo Marakwet that we will do whatever it takes. And today, there is a program to build security outposts. And I'm saying, whatever it takes, even if it means bringing the military and military installations to support the police in some of these areas. In fact, you just reminded me, yesterday I overflew a huge tract of land where 3 years ago I was standing there and it was all maize. Yesterday, they haven't planted there for the last 3 years because of insecurity. So insecurity is not only causing our children not to be in school, it is causing starvation, it is causing death. Yet, people want to treat it casually.
But Honorable
let me
Deputy
tell you,
President,
let me just allow
in
me
the
to-
last 3 years, Mr. Deputy President, you have not spoken out about the issue in Kerio Valley. You have not said anything about the killings that have been taking place, like they told you, 150 people buried this year. You spoke about it only yesterday. Where have you been in the last 7
I have
months?
always been there. In fact, if you go and ask those people in those regions, I have always been present. We have buried many of those people with our own money. We've taken many of those people to hospital with our own money. I have deployed my personal resources to deal with that situation because I know it was a political a political agenda. You know, the withdrawal of the National Police Reserve was really an unfortunate act. But because it was intended to punish William Ruto, you know, never mind that many people lost their lives, is a real tragedy. But that is the nature of our politics in Kenya.
Honorable Ruto,
unfortunately.
Honorable Ruto, you're saying that was done to punish you?
What other explanation would you have? You go withdraw security personnel in the whole of that whole region, you know, you subject people to...
How would that punish you, Honorable Ruto?
Because I am the one who had led the whole, in fact, I am the one who had taken charge. In fact, I was there every 2 weeks in that region. I was there every 2 weeks. I am the one who mobilized the resources. I am the one who mobilized the security men, the identification of the National Police Service. And so it looked like it was about me. It was never about me.
Did you mobilize those resources on a personal basis or as Deputy President?
As Deputy President.
So why would your government punish the Deputy President?
You live in Kenya, my good friends.
And I am failing to understand it, sir.
And you know...
Are you telling the people of Kerio Valley that 150 of them have been buried this year alone just because a government is punishing the Deputy President?
Not just that. The Kimwarer and the Aror dams were cancelled intentionally to punish my supporters. That's it.
We will come to that, sir. You, as the Deputy President, consume intelligence reports. Tell us, over the last 30 years, what is it that has led to this continuous cycle of violence in Kerio Valley, in Baringo, in Samburu, in West Pokot, even going as far as Marsabit County? What causes this, and what will you do, knowing the intelligence that you have?
The biggest contributor to the situation we have in those regions is competition for resources, competition for water, competition for pasture, general matters of education, and precisely the reason why we had a plan on Radat Dam to provide the water for the whole of that belt. Aror, Kimwarer, Lowat. These are dams that my thinking was, if we provide water in these areas, we can sufficiently roll out irrigation. For your information, that whole Kerio belt where people are fighting, it is a granary. We have the best mangoes from that region. We have very good soya that can be grown in that region. The only impediment is water, access to water. And there are enough rivers to be tapped. My solution to the whole of that region is twofold. Let us provide water for livestock. Let us provide water for irrigation. And let us get schools developed, as well as making sure that we provide road infrastructure. That's why we rolled out the road from Parbelo, cutting across that region, to come out on the other side in a place called Marich Pass, through Tot, through Chesongoch. And now there was also the road that was supposed to connect Kapedo from the other side of Turkana coming to Nakuru. Opening up that area is the solution. Opening up that area in terms of infrastructure and opening up that area in terms of water infrastructure will provide the solution. Unfortunately, there are people who don't see it that way.
So you say that the Aror Kimorer Dam, you've recently said that you are going to complete it should you be elected president.
Yes.
Why did it fail?
I will. Yes, I will. It didn't fail. It was meant to fail. I mean, let me tell you.
As the deputy president, sorry, sir, to just interject. As a deputy president, and like I started by saying, you've been minister before, you've been an assistant minister. We are talking about violence that has been taking place for decades, not just in the term that you've been deputy president. So this is not about you being punished now, unless you're telling us that for a long time, there are people that have been scheming to punish William Ruto by killing the people of Kerio Valley.
That's not what I'm saying. I am saying we had a solution. We had close to 5,000 National Police Reserve. In fact, we'd even moved a step forward to provide armored vehicles to make sure that we can follow whoever these criminals are, right? We had a plan. Unfortunately, that plan was frustrated. And you know, the plan was, let's provide a National Police Reserve. Then, let us construct the roads. Then, let's provide water infrastructure. And then, let's provide school infrastructure. That way, you ease out people from that situation where they are today to a new environment where they appreciate education, they have food to eat, their animals have water and pasture, and then you can develop that region. In fact, in my mind, that's where the future of Kenya is, because we have huge tracts of land in that region. And the fact that people have been fighting in that region forever doesn't mean that they should continue fighting. We should find a solution.
Honorable Ruto, let's go back to the issue of water, and you've mentioned the Kimorer and Aror dams. And you say that as well was cancelled to punish you?
That was cancelled for political reasons.
For political reasons. Well, some of the allegations that have been made by the DPP in court is that payments were made contrary to the law. They were not processed through the consolidated fund. That in fact, this was all done to ensure that there were kickbacks, that the government made advance payments, including 11 billion shillings in excess of unnecessary debt to, this is what they're saying, which prosecutors say were to go to, friends and co-conspirators of this scheme. If this is what you allege, are you alleging tonight, Honorable Ruto, that there is a big conspiracy between the DPP, between the courts, and also politically with respect to the Aror and Kimwarer dams that are now in court?
For your information, Aror and Kimwarer was signed at the same time with other government projects, signed by the same companies, funded by the same financiers, and they were signed not with me, witnessed by the President of Kenya. So these are not projects that were cooked at night or in some dark corner, right? How come that the only projects that did not go through is Aror and Kimwarer? All the others went through. That's number one. Number two, today, the government of Kenya is in court because the contractor, with all those allegations that have been made, the contractor has gone to court to demand payment of another 12 billion shillings. I mean, that should concern everybody.
There are also suspects in court, Honorable Ruto.
Pardon?
There are also local suspects in court over the matter.
Forget about the court matter here. The contractors are in court in London, and the government of Kenya is already replying to the case in court. And they cannot afford to make it public because it's embarrassing. Why did the contractor not continue with the project? Because he was denied the land where to set up the dam. And that was an undertaking by the government of Kenya, that we're giving you a contract, we're going to give you land, we're going to give you this infrastructure for you to carry out, for you to build the dam. And the reason given then was that, the dam was going to be in a forest. How many dams are in the forest? We have Yamo Dam. We have Yamo Dam in the forest. We have many other dams in the forest. So I think, we have to be honest with ourselves. And that's why I am looking forward to the day somebody will step forward and actually tell the country, how will the government of Kenya lose 20 billion shillings that was supposed to build Aror and Kimwarer, and yet there is nothing on the ground? What was this? What was this sinister motive?
Do you believe money was lost?
I don't believe any money was lost. And even if money was lost, people should be taken to court.
But you said around 2019 that it was 7 billion shillings that was lost.
No,
and not
I
the
didn't
21
say that.
that was being alleged by the DPP.
I didn't say that. Check my statement. I am very clear about what I said. I said 7 billion shillings was paid. Right? That's what I said. And for your information, I said that 7 billion shillings that was paid was actually insured. The reason we should be asking is, why hasn't the person, the company who insured that money, why haven't they been asked to pay? Because the company that insured that 7 billion is a well-connected company. That's why the demand letter has not been put to them.
So what you're alleging...
And you see, Kenyans will one day really marvel at what really happened in this Kimwarer and Aror Dam. You will be shocked.
Tell us what really happened, because what it sounds like is you're alleging the investigating authorities, the DPP, the courts. There are suspects in court at the time, including former Cabinet Secretary Rotich, who I believe was charged afresh a couple of months ago over this issue. If this is all politically instigated, are you then saying that all of these authorities, different arms of government, are conspiring against you, from investigators to the DPP to the courts, to punish you, Honorable Ruto?
Let me ask you. That matter has now been in court for 4 years. It has not moved an inch. It's been dancing. This person, today you're being charged, tomorrow, no, remove this person, the next day, remove this person, the next day, change the charges, because somebody is actually waiting for another government to come and carry the shit. Unfortunately. And that's what is going to happen. That's why that case has never moved an inch. mention after mention, after story after story. I mean, surely, how can we lose 7 billion, another 12 billion that is going to be incurred by this government? And it's an act of political convenience.
You just said we didn't lose 7 billion.
No, I'm just saying eventually we will. I mean, if it is not sorted out. And that's why I'm saying when I come into office, I will make sure that the money is not lost. And I will make sure that the impediment imposed on this project, we will provide the land. The contractor will build the dam, and we will move ahead.
To conclude the matter of national security, I think we'll also touch on constitution implementation here. Over the last 9 years, Deputy President, you have been chairing the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council. The Constitution establishes, under Article 204, the Equalization Fund, which was meant to fast-track development in some of these marginalized areas, the ones we've been talking about, and many others, to help them with water, roads, health, education projects. Why has this fund never been operationalized?
Two things. My chairmanship of the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council extends to a limit. The issue you have raised about Equalization Fund is actually in the ambit of the summit, which is chaired by somebody else, right? As chairman of the Intergovernmental Economic and Budget Council, in fact, governors listening to me today, they know that we did a perfect job, especially when it came to transfer of functions, a function that was supposed to take 3 years. We made sure that we worked day and night because we wanted to get devolution rooted and moving. We completed that exercise in a record 1 year instead of 3 years. We have since worked with county governments, and many of the governors will tell you that I have provided leadership as chair of the council on every matter, whether it was grants, whether it was matters to do with conditional grants, whether it was making sure that there is a balance between what goes to national government and what goes to county governments. The whole of that trajectory, whether the issues to do with settling matters with the former local government authorities, assets, liabilities, I have been working on that with many governors, and we have made tremendous progress, including the final one that we concluded the other day, where counties now, as entities, can borrow money. As entities, like Kipia County is the first that is going to have the leverage to borrow money. So I have a track record on what I have done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of IBEC. Now let me ask the question to the Deputy President. Why has the Equalization Fund never been operationalized 12 years after the promulgation of the Constitution?
The
It has a
Equalization
20-year
Fund,
window.
as Deputy President I can answer, the Equalization Fund, halfway through, there was a big argument between who will implement this Equalization Fund, because it was under the national government. The counties argued that because there are 14 listed counties to benefit from this fund, why don't we give this money to the counties? Then there was a problem of trying to get the regulations on how this fund would work out. And it dragged on the contestation as to, and some projects were implemented, some water projects were implemented, some road projects were implemented. But the argument continues to be who should. At some point, the law was actually changed to include counties beyond the 14. And that became another big argument. And I accept that we should have done better on the Equalization Fund. And that is why I have made a commitment in our manifesto that that equalization fund, whatever the balance of the time that is left, we will make sure that we devolve it to counties. In my belief, the counties are better placed to run that fund than the national government.
Thank you, Honorable Ruto. I'd like us to move to the next topic of discussion here tonight, and that is constitution and governance. 13 years since the adoption of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, citizens continue to complain about non-effective implementation and a weak culture of constitutionalism. Honorable Ruto, which part of the Constitution of Kenya do you think has not been implemented with fidelity, and why?
I think we should sort out the 2/3 gender rule. I think we owe it to the people of Kenya, and especially to the women of Kenya, that this part of the Constitution is implemented. I believe that we need to sort out certain matters to do with devolution, like the one I have said, the equalization fund. I think it was wrongly put under national government. It should go to the counties. I also believe that there are functions that should not have been made contingent or shared functions between the national government and the county government. Local authorities, regional authorities, for example. Those are functions that we should either agree to be managed by counties jointly or to be subsumed into county governments. If it is Kerio Valley, how do we split it so that the counties in the Kerio Valley develop? We have a Kerio Valley Development Authority. Should that be managed by the national government? I don't think so. I think it should be managed by the counties in the Kerio Valley. So these are some of the functions that I think we need to clarify. We need to complete the implementation of the Constitution. I have raised, for example, the matter of the Judiciary Fund. I think we have wasted too much time in implementing the Judiciary Fund. After I pushed so hard, this year, 1st of July, the Judiciary Fund was operationalized because I have been talking about it for the last year and a half. So these are some of the sections that I believe that we should be able to conclude the implementation of the Constitution.
Let's go back to the 2/3 gender principle. In your view, why did we fail in terms of getting this since 2010?
I think, speaking for myself, I have made a commitment, and I know it's doable, to make sure the 2/3 gender rule is realized. There are different proposals. There are proposals that require constitutional change. There are some that do not require constitutional change. And I have assembled a team of very competent constitutional lawyers to look at how we can have a framework in 90 days of our government, and within 1 year, make sure it is implemented. And it's not necessarily for purposes of the women of Kenya. It is for the benefit of everybody. The fact that we do not have as many women leaders is actually a negative for us. There is something we are losing. The women leadership component that is not in our arithmetic is actually taking away from us. I believe that having women leaders would actually enrich our governance and our leadership as a nation. And that's why, for example, when these matters came up in the BBI discussion, I vehemently opposed the fact that women were being removed from the National Assembly, where the substantive financial issues are being decided, and they were being relegated to the Senate. So I was wondering how a right that had been given to the women of Kenya in the National Assembly could be withdrawn, and they are hoarded into the Senate. So that is my commitment to the women of Kenya.
Also, on the judiciary fund that you've mentioned, you said you will operationalize it. But the judiciary is by dint of the Constitution of Kenya independent. So what is this exactly that you will do that operationalizes this fund?
You see, independence can be undermined by financial resources. The reason why the judiciary has been raising this issue over and over is because, much as they have their independence, their financial requirements are still subject to other pieces of legislation, which is against the Constitution. The judiciary fund is supposed to draw resources directly from the consolidated fund. Once approved by Parliament, that should be it. And in fact, because of the push that I have had on the judiciary fund for the last 1.5 years, it was actually operationalized in June.
So you do have some influence, Honorable Ruto, within this government.
If you look at, I have been pushing in the public, because that's what I said. When I said I'm going to set up the judiciary fund, I think somebody decided to say, this fellow is pushing too hard. Let us implement this judiciary fund so that he loses this card. He cannot take it to the people of Kenya.
So you do have some influence.
We have achieved it anyway.
So you have some influence, Honorable Ruto? Because previously, in this conversation...
Of course I have influence.
But in this conversation previously, you have said there's limits to what the Deputy President can do.
I have influence nationally on pushing agendas. I may not have...
Such as disclosure of SGR
as Deputy President. I didn't push the judiciary fund as Deputy President. I pushed it as a leader.
Why couldn't you do that then for a number of the other issues that we have discussed here tonight that you have said you did not have influence over?
I have pushed back, for example, on the issue of the BBI. I pushed back heavily, and I deployed a lot of influence. And actually, by God's grace, we managed to stall it. Our competitors are saying they are going to go back to it immediately after the election. But I think it was a complete waste of resources, and it was actually not made in good faith, because a constitutional change that seeks to undermine the independence of the judiciary is a dangerous constitutional change. A constitutional change that seeks to subsume the executive and the legislature and take us back to where we were in the Nyayo days is actually taking us back, not taking us forward. And that is why I made my position very clear in the public domain.
Honorable Ruto, do you believe in the independence of the judiciary?
Pardon?
Do you believe in the independence of the judiciary?
I don't know how to answer you. In fact, if there is one person who has fought for the independence of the judiciary, it is William Ruto. I am the only person with a few of my friends who stood up to the so-called ombudsman that was supposed to be injected into the judiciary, appointed by the executive, to supervise the judiciary, something I totally disagree with.
You talk about you being the biggest defender. However, the administration which you have served since 2013 has been cited several times for disobeying court orders. Let me give you one example, or a few. Former Air Force commander waiting for 6 years to be restored to his rank and given 71 million shillings compensation. NYS service official injured in the line of duty, yet to receive 3.6 million shillings by the courts. There is a number of those, including the matter involving the swearing in of judges. This is an administration in which you sit. In fact, Former Chief Justice David Maraga has often lamented the executive's disregard of court orders. You are the second in command of the executive and of the Republic of Kenya. What are your thoughts then around the independence of the judiciary, and why have there been so many court orders disobeyed under your watch as Deputy President?
Two things. I am an ardent believer in the independence of the judiciary. When the judiciary issued a ruling nullifying our election, I went out of my way to persuade my boss for us to go back and do the election again. Because much as we criticized that judgment, because we believed that we had won that election fair and square, but because of our commitment and belief in the judiciary, we still obeyed the dictates of the judiciary. That's one. You have raised incidences where, of course, judgments have been entered against government and they have not been sorted out. And I quite agree. And in fact, that was one area we identified even as we developed our manifesto. If you look at our manifesto, we have squarely identified that as an issue, that we cannot continue this situation where government leads in disobeying orders.
Honorable Ruto, yes, that's indeed a good matter for me to interject. Just hang on one second, Honorable Ruto. Yet you have sat in that administration which has defied court orders. We haven't heard you raise issue on that. And in fact, now that you brought up the 2017 Supreme Court petition, you were rather unhappy with the Supreme Court judges. You called them those 6 people. You called them wakora. Does that demonstrate respect for the judiciary?
In fact, I had occasion to have a one-on-one with Maraga. And I told Maraga an incident when I first came into Parliament. I met Paul Muite, a seasoned lawyer and a legislator, and he told me this, which has really stuck in my mind. He told me, young man, when I first became a member of Parliament in 1997, 98 actually. So he told me, when you support a government, it also includes criticizing that government when it goes wrong. So part of supporting a system is pointing out when you think they are not doing the right thing.
Criticizing them is one thing, Honorable Ruto, but calling them wakora, which means conmen, do you believe that the Supreme Court judges of 2017 were conmen and women?
I would want to understand in what context that wakora thing you have mentioned, because I have, if there is any respect for the judiciary, is to comply with the decision of the court. Did we comply with the decision of the court? Yes. We went back to the election.
But you haven't in many of the other court orders that we have cited here tonight.
We went back to the election. And the admission that the fact that there are so many outstanding issues and the fact that I have singled them out and they are part of what I intend to sort out is actually halfway the solution. I don't think if you look at the manifesto of our competitors, they have recognized that as an issue. I have recognized that as an issue because I believe in the independence of the judiciary. I believe government should lead from the front in obeying court orders. And in fact, we have said in our manifesto, if you read it clearly, it says we will look at all judgments that have been entered against government. And we will develop a mechanism to make sure that within 1 year, we comply with all judgments entered against government so that even as we drive the country to obey court orders, we lead as government from the front.
Let's talk about something else, Mr. Deputy President, and this is with regards to leadership and integrity. Your opponent, who did not turn up tonight, said he could not come to this debate because he did not want to face a man who has no regard for ethics, public morals, or shame. How do you respond to that?
Do you sincerely believe that that is the reason why he's not here? I don't think so. I don't think so. My competitor is not here because he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have an agenda. He cannot articulate anything to the people of Kenya. That's why he's not here. Secondly, my competitor is not here because he doesn't want to answer difficult questions. You know, he's been part of this administration, the handshake administration, for the last 5 years. KEMS happened, and many other things happened. In fact, my competitor could not come here because he's not the real candidate. He's a project.
At this moment, Honorable Ruto, just one moment, just to remind our members of the audience that they agreed to abide by the rules of the debate, and that involves no cheers, no jeers, no noise. Honorable Ruto, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please carry on.
Sorry. So, I mean, that's the reason. So these are just scapegoats. You know, he's dodging difficult questions. He doesn't want to answer. His allies, the handshake allies,
Mr. Deputy President, there are expectations that are laid out in the Constitution and in law with regards to the character and the values that a leader should have. Do you think when you go out in public campaigns and you use terms to describe your fellow leaders, that demonstrates you as somebody with great values, fit for leadership?
I have tremendous respect for all Kenyans and all Kenyan leaders. I have not in any way undermined the public standing of any leader or any person or any Kenyan for that matter. I have not called anybody washenzi. I have not called anybody takataka. I'm just a...
Kitendawili?
Huh?
Kitendawili?
I mean, is kitendawili an insult?
Uganga?
Huh? I think we have all come to understand what kitendawili means.
Mr. Deputy President, there's public perception that associates you with a rather good appetite for acquisition of property, particularly land. And this has been mentioned many times. Questionable acquisition of land, this has been said publicly, Taita Taveta, in Transmara, the former Vice President's house, the late Joseph Murumbi, and others. In fact, there was a conviction in court with regards to 100 acres of land that you were ordered to surrender back to its rightful owner and also pay some reparations. Does this public perception affect you?
For your information, that's why I am proposing in our manifesto to deal firmly and squarely, institutionally, with a fight against corruption. Because allegations are made, left, right, and center. Any piece of land that I have is legally acquired. In fact, I think we need to discuss the Muteshi land. You've talked about the 100 acres. I was a victim of fraudulent sellers of that land. What the court ordered me to do was to pay for the 3 years I had occupied the land. And they calculated and said the income from this land would be approximately 5 million shillings for 3 years. And that's what I paid. The people who sold the land to me were taken to court for fraudulently selling the piece of land to me. Those people are in court. The
Mr. Deputy President, my question was, All these allegations.
Taveta land issue.
There was that. There's a Taveta. There's
Taveta
Western
land
Hotel.
issue
There's Transmara. As a person.
Yes.
As a person, what does this make you feel when you hear that there's all this public perception about you and irregular acquisition of land?
You see, acquisition of property is a legitimate endeavor. How you acquire it, if it is legitimate, you've paid value for it, and I want to tell you, I have paid value for any property that I have. Maybe the whole story has, like everything else that has been said, and all manner of allegations have been raised about many people, you know. My competitor, Dominion land has been mentioned about him, Molasses land, so many other pieces of land. Does that make you guilty? Not at all. I think the presumption of innocence and the fact that I can stand up to scrutiny. And for your information, I am probably the politician in Kenya that has been audited, left, right, upside down, inside out, on any matter, you know? And maybe because I have raised my head beyond what many people think I should. If I was a quiet business person, I am sure I wouldn't attract the same kind of labeling that I've been subjected to.
How much is enough?
Enough is enough.
Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, we'd like to conclude this conversation with the election preparation. We're just 2 weeks away to the August 9th general election. You've previously said that, yes, you are willing and ready to accept the outcome of the election. Are there any circumstances under which you will not accept the outcome of the election? For a minute.
Accepting the outcome of the election includes going to court if you have an issue with the results. That's accepting the outcome of the election. Okay, you say my competitor has won. I have a doubt, and I will go to court. Why I made that deliberate statement is because we have had a situation in Kenya where every other election we foment a crisis around refusing to accept the outcome of election. And it has cost us lives, property, and many other things. And I needed to be on record, and which I am, that I will accept the outcome of this election. I know that the people of Kenya will make a choice. If it is me, I will prepare to govern the country on day one. If it is not me, I will accept that my competitor has won. If I have any issue, I will go to court and accept the outcome of the court.
Honorable Ruto, we've come to the end of this conversation tonight. We would like to give you 2 minutes to give us your closing statement tonight.
What is the competition? Our competitors have run away from this debate in total contempt to the people of Kenya, because it's not William Ruto who is going to make this choice. It is the people of Kenya that we are speaking to. They have very little regard for the people of Kenya. They think the deep state is going to make the decision. They think that the system is going to make the decision. I want to tell the people of Kenya tonight that they are the ones who will make the decision on the 9th of August. Their vote is what will make the next government happen. And I want to encourage them to disregard the propaganda, the mobilization of chiefs and all these people and the provincial administration and the whole of this contempt and madharau, and tell them tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 wa Kenya, ninyi ndio mtaamua serikali ambayo inakuja. Na mimi nawaambia serikali ya Kenya Kwanza itapunguza gharama ya maisha, tutahakikisha kwamba watoto wetu milioni 5 wako na ajira, tutahakikisha kwamba kila mmoja wetu anaweza kwenda hospitali na kuwe na bima ya afya, na tunaweza pia tutahakikisha kwamba kuna maji na watoto wetu wanasoma. Tuko na mpango. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 waamuke, wapige kura, watengeneze serikali, tuende mbele pamoja.
Shukran sana, Mr. Deputy President. Honorable Dr. William Ruto, thank you for making the time for us tonight.
Thank you very much.
That's right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and the viewers here in the audience, following this at home, and of course those here as well, we have to end it here for now. Our appreciation to Dr. William Ruto of the United Democratic Alliance for honoring voters with this duty to a public televised national debate. We thank you again.
And indeed, that marks the end of the 2022 Joint Media Presidential Debate Series. The next presidential debate shall come to you without fail, and inshallah, in July 2027, at a date to be announced by the Joint Media Presidential Debate Secretariat. We thank you for watching. My name is Eric Latif of Spice FM and KTN News.
And I'm Yvonne Okwara of Citizen Television. Good night.
All right, the 90 minutes have gone, and my panel here saying they have flown by because we have seen an engaging session. I mean, it wasn't a debate that we had expected, but no less engaging. How to on very quickly in this post-debate analysis, we don't have that much time, but just some key points that you saw in this debate. How did it go for the Deputy President?
Well, I think first of all we have to, thank the Deputy President for coming. I think it was an important national moment. I think I agree with him. The people will decide at the polls, and that is the nature of our democratic process. I think again we are trapped in a debate that tries to distance everybody from the Jubilee administration. When, to be honest, I don't think there were fundamental differences between the Deputy President and the President on many issues. If I had the time, I would go through this. I think the displacement happened with the handshake. And therefore it is much more of a political dynamic rather than a policy dynamic. And lastly, I think...
all right, the Irungu syndrome. The Deputy President is coming out, and so we have to... Yes, okay, let's go to Ken Moredi and just see.
We didn't quite get to down to the real manifesto issues. I would have hoped that my competitor would have been here, so that Kenyans can have the benefit of looking at both sides. Unfortunately, and it is understandable, that there is only one plan in this election, the Kenya Kwanza plan. The other side have sketches, and that's why they are not here. We are the only side that has a plan on fighting corruption, conflict of interest, state capture. The other side are actually hostages. And in fact, they are sponsored by the people who are actually culprits of conflict of interest. And that's why they're not here. Because
they do not want to offend their benefactors. Unfortunately for all of us, we didn't have the benefit of the other side, but I think the people of Kenya have information. They know why they will go to vote on the 9th of August.
Now, how would you describe this decision by your competitor not to be at this particular debate? Now that you're saying that you've gotten the opportunity to articulate your issues, but yet you believe that he should have been here, how would you describe his not being here?
As I have said, he is not here because he doesn't have a coherent plan. He cannot support a coherent discussion. He cannot sustain a debate on issues because even in the public space, the only conversation is about the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. There is no conversation on the other side because there is none. They don't have a plan. The other issue is my competitor is running away, literally, from any discussion on matters corruption, matters conflict of interest, matters state capture, because they sponsor him. And everybody knows that he's a project. In fact, nobody knows who the real candidate is. Maybe when you people send the invitation, you didn't specify. I think there must have been a problem as to who you had invited to come to this debate, whether it was the real candidate or the project.
Well, also there was the appearance that was made by Mr. Wahiga Mwaure, and he actually debated and took issue with a number of the number of issues that have been there, and also presented his manifesto. What would you say about the other candidates that you're running with now that you've enumerated more about Raila Odinga?
Well, I did not listen to the discussion with Mwaure, so I don't want to really get into that. But I think the people of Kenya have a choice. I mean, I'm sure they've listened to him. They've listened to all the other candidates, and the people of Kenya will make an informed choice on the 9th of August.
Thank you very much, sir. That is UDA presidential candidate Dr. William Ruto saying that this time round he believes that he has articulated his issues, but he believes he would have been given more time to articulate now that he says that there are some issues that they believed that have not been asked. But he has described Raila Odinga, and he is not showing up for this debate, as running away from the real issues, running away from the debate, actually going as far as insisting that we as media might have sent the wrong invite, insisting that he is someone's project. But right now, I'll take it back to you, Joe, for the panel discussion and probably to get deeper into what Dr. William Ruto has said at this particular exit press conference.
Very well, Kennedy Moredi, thank you very much. And very quickly, Houghton, I promise you there'll be no interruption this time. There's no one coming, there's no one leaving. Please finish your thoughts.
So my thought was essentially that there's been this attempt to try and route everything back to Jubilee. And I think that's not helpful. I think we need to look at the policy platforms of each of the parties on the strength of the parties and the past performance of the candidates who are coming before us to rule. The last point is this, that I did like the point that he mentioned about accepting electoral defeat. I think it is so important in an election where we have over 14,000 candidates running for 1,500 positions, that people start thinking psychologically, preparing themselves for the off-ramp and to do something differently.
That you can win or lose. Now, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasi, Executive Director of USAWA, you came at the tail end of this, but we are glad to have you nonetheless. Not so much about education, which is your pet subject, but a lot of things about equality, which I am sure you're also very keen about. What stood out for you in this conversation that has just ended?
Thank you. I listened to this conversation. I listened to the earlier one. I get an impression our leaders don't appreciate the magnitude of the problems we have.
Yes.
And if they do, they haven't thought through the solutions that they're offering. Because I think so far what we've had is the normal things we've had many times over the years. We will do this, we will do that. But I feel strongly that it was unfortunate to miss education. Unfortunate because that is the first crisis the next president will face. we have 2.5 million children who must go to our secondary schools that are already congested. That must happen in January. And then we must prepare for another 2.5 or 2.6 in 2024 because we must have 2 double intakes into secondary school to phase out 844. I had wanted to hear that conversation, especially because the candidate who came, there has been attribution to his campaign that they will want to abolish CBC. And so a lot of head teachers, a lot of owners of private schools out there who are being encouraged by the current CS to put up the secondary stream to accommodate CBC are anxious. They don't know whether it is a good investment to make. It would have been important that the candidate responds to that, because I hold the view that the candidates who didn't turn up are actually eventually going to respond to what has been discussed today. Yes. And so any issue that has been tabled today will exhaustively be discussed by even those who didn't show up, because they are going to respond to it. And so it was a big miss for me, but I'm happy that this discussion has begun. I hold the view that it will continue, and I invite Kenyans to engage with this discussion beyond today.
All right. Professor Witi, what did you hear or did not hear? How did this go tonight?
So first off, I want to congratulate Deputy President Ruto for showing up. And I want to say to Raila Odinga, shame on you for doing what they did in 2017. When they didn't show up, you're basically paying back with the same coin, but the people you're spiting are the Kenyans who are going to troop to the polling stations to vote for you. So this is a problem. Now, I find this conversation to have been very revealing. We've now seen the many dimensions of Ruto, and I counted 4. Ruto the victim, Ruto the powerless deputy president, Ruto the limited deputy, and then Ruto the person who wields a lot of influence. So I think this duplicity in terms of how Ruto presented himself is problematic. He was very incoherent on fundamental policy questions, especially around agriculture. What is the focus? It seems to me, and it is very disconcerting, that all these candidates think that the solution to solving the productivity problem is to throw fertilizer to the soil. That's not the solution to agriculture in this country. It also marginalizes the fact that a majority of the producers in the space that we have for productive utilization of land actually are pastoralists who are in the very devastated semi-arid and arid lands that are completely underinvested. And Ruto was not very clear on that. On the question of debt, he thinks the solution is to stop borrowing. The solution is to cut spending and right-size government. There's a revenue cliff as well that he also doesn't talk about. So I think he was very flippant, and it was just really difficult to understand how it is so easy for William Ruto on the campaign trail on a stamp speech to be extraordinarily articulate and to be completely rudderless when he's subjected to questions. And I think his lack of mastery or an understanding of the granularity of running government is worrying, given the fact that he has tremendous resources and a team around him that should have prepared him much better for this. So I think this was a bad night for for presidential candidate William Ruto.
Sheila, there was some conversation about what you said is your pet subject, the whole question of integrity, leadership, corruption, and all of these things. Yeah. What did you hear, and did this conversation give you some hope that perhaps it might be dealt with if Dr. William Ruto takes over as president in the next 2 weeks?
On leadership and integrity, he talks about, in terms of the approach to fighting corruption, he says is to institutionalize the fight against corruption. I think that has already been done, and that's why we still have a problem. We focus so much on legislation, on policy, on building institutions, but we're not looking at the real meat of it, which is ethics and what we're talking about earlier. And both sides, I feel, I've heard Azimio speak about this as well. You know, they're very uncomfortable with the issue around leadership, with integrity, ethics, morals, because in both camps, they're surrounded by people who have certain questions. And I think that's why, for me, the Deputy President didn't articulate himself well on that aspect. But on the questions around his acquisition of property, what I would have wanted to hear from him is a commitment that he will subject himself to a lifestyle audit. I think these are valid questions that people have had in terms of how he has acquired property, and not just for him, but even for any other presidential candidate. We wouldn't expect less also from Raila Odinga, that they should actually promise that they will subject themselves to a lifestyle audit. Uhuru Kenyatta did, remember, in 2018. That never happened, but we need to actually ensure that this is done so that these public positions don't become an opportunity for self-enrichment, because it has, yeah? And I would have actually wanted him to even go ahead and promise to table documents in terms of how he has acquired that property, but we need to make that demand for both candidates. One last thing, I think it was important that we backpedaled, to his time in office, even when he says when he was active and when he was not active. I mean, I thought he felt almost as helpless as I am as a Kenyan, but I think that he has to be held to account for his time in office. You can't just take credit for the good things and then try to evade failures of government.
All right, Wanjiru?
I think I'll pick up where Sheila has left off, and I agree. Well done to Honorable Ruto for coming today. Well done to the Kenya Kwanza team for, having a manifesto that's been built based on public consultation. Ironically, this manifesto does not then go on to enshrine the right to public participation, and we are not sure if we'll continue to see the kind of questions raised by the media presenters to the deputy president being done as a culture, because the culture of answerability is about public leaders being answerable to the public and the public being able to ask difficult questions. And I think the one issue that comes out here is of trust. We are seeing the Kenya Kwanza campaign trying to rewrite the 5 years of the bromance, and the deputy president really at pains to paint himself as helpless when we know they were smiling at each other, making decisions together, and fist thumping and all of that, and a lot of abuse of office. We counted 19 corruption scandals in the past 3 years
and we have run out of time.
Right,
would you believe it?
Yes, yes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great night here. Lots of conversations, not just here, but those that will continue for the next few days before the election, and perhaps even after the election. And we are beginning to wrap things up here, and so we are going to make one final location call to our men and women on the ground all around this campus, and I'll take you right now to Kennedy Mureithi and Rita Tinina.
Well, the purpose of this debate is for you who has registered as a voter to get any extra information that you have not gotten this far from the political rallies that have been held by the different politicians who are yearning to rule this country after the August elections. And what we do know is that 4 invitations were sent to the presidential candidates. 2 of them turned up and they have sold their manifesto. Have they been able to convince you? Well, that is only a question you can answer on the 9th of August 2022. But here at the Catholic University, we have followed it through from the first debate that involved the governor candidates of Nairobi. Then we went to the deputy presidential nominees until today, when it culminated into the presidential candidates, and they have said what they needed to say.
Indeed, here at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa this evening, the 2 candidates, Agano Party presidential candidate Mwaure Wahiga, as well as the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate, Deputy President Dr. William Ruto, have had the chance to articulate their policies. And this is away from the jeers, the cheers, and the, what you call theatrics of the political campaign rallies. And here with the thorough interrogation of the moderators, of course without their well-scripted speeches, they have had that chance to reach out to you as a voter at home. Whether or not the absence of the other candidates worked for them or against, or how they performed this evening, will no doubt be a matter of debate, especially on social media. From this end, at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, thank you for being with us. I hand it over to Lulu and Rashid.
We haven't said our names. My name is Kennedy Mureithi of NTV.
And I am Rita Tinina of KTN News.
Na mtazamaji, ili kuweza kufanikisha na kuweza kuwajibikia sura ya 12 ya katiba sehemu ya kwanza na sehemu ya pili, ilibidi mwamvuli wa wanahabari wawaalike wote wawaniaji urais hapa nchini Kenya. Wakaalikwa, wakaalikika, wawili wakaghairi, wawili wakafika, wakapokelewa. Wameingia moja kwa moja katika chumba cha mjadala. Maswali wakauliza, wakajibu, wakajaribu kuchachawizwa, wakasimama imara, wakajieleza. Kwa kweli itakuwa sisi ni watovu wa nidhamu na shukrani tusiposema asante kwa waliofika, manake wametendea haki mamilioni ya Wakenya walikuwa wamekaa kusikiliza kwa redio na kutizama kwa runinga.
Na mama, kwa hakika Rashid, wengi wanajiuliza siku hii ya leo, nani amefanya vyema, nani ameuza sera zake vyema, nani amebana kidogo. Lakini la hasha mtazamaji, hilo halikuwa kusudio letu. Kusudio letu ilikuwa ni kukunyoshea wewe mtazamaji barabara iliyo safi, barabara iliyonyoka, barabara ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka 2022 ya wewe mtazamaji kuweza kufanya maamuzi yaliyo bora, maamuzi sahihi. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tumekupeleka saluni kunyoa au kusonga, hiyo ni hiari yako.
Naam kabisa, hiyo ni uamuzi wako. Ikumbuka kwamba hili alikuweza kufanikishwa bila ushirikiano wa kudumu kutoka na watu tofauti kutoka vyombo vya habari tofauti. Kuwataja mmoja baada ya mwingine nikimkosea itakuwa dhambi, lakini nasema asante kwa wote waliohakikisha kwamba unapata mijadala kwa mpigo, kuanzia mjadala wa waniaji ugavana kaunti ya Nairobi, mjadala ule wa waniaji wenza wa urais, na siku hii ya leo ukapata fursa ya kujua mengi kuhusiana na sera na ajenda za waniaji urais. Sisi hapa, mimi Rashid Abdalla na mwenzangu Lulu Hassan, tulikuwa tunapeperusha bendera ya Citizen TV. Hivi sasa kuna bendera moja pale ya NTV ambayo inapepea ikizungumza na wachanganuzi. Turudi kwake Joageo, alikunje busati hili kwa heshima, hadhi na taadhima.
All right, thank you very much, Rashid Abdalla and Lulu Hassan, wrapping things up there. Out there, and we are just about to do that here, so I'll get some quick thoughts around this table before we finish, and I'll start with you, Dr. Manyasa. What are your final thoughts 13 days to the election? 1 minute each.
I was frustrated that people are saying after that this debate will mean nothing, meaning that the illiterate Kenyans and the literate make their political decisions the same way. I am hoping that this conversation has made an impact on the voter, and that the discussion that ensues from here to August 9th makes an impact on how people vote.
Thank you very much, Sheila.
We have various challenges as a country, and so obviously the next government is going to inherit a lot of problems. And I would have actually wanted to hear more about what's their plan for their first 100 days in office, just to be sure that we'll have a good transition, looking at all the challenges that we have now. But that aside, I think we have just 2 weeks shy of the election. What I'd urge citizens who are watching is that it all depends on you. All these challenges that we have can only be brought about by solutions brought about by leaders with integrity.
Houghton, your final thoughts?
14 days from now, Kenyans go to the polls. I hope all of you who have registered, you will actually go to the polls and you will choose carefully your leadership, not just at the national level, but at all of the levels, county and constituency as well. I think the other point is that look for candidates that are committed to creating equality under the law, the right to health, the right to education, the right to housing, and freedom from extrajudicial killings, and also freedom from forced evictions. I think that's the future we have to lean into, and that's the future we must vote for on August the 9th.
Professor Witi?
I think this, like many people have said, is a defining election. In many ways, the country needs transformative solutions. It is very interesting to read the specifications in the manifestos. It is also very enlightening to listen to the politicians and how much of their manifestos they really understand and can articulate. There's a worrying disconnect there, listening to Mwaure and listening to Ruto. And it begs the question, to what extent can we really hold them to the specifications of these manifestos if they don't really understand and internalize and are able to articulate them to a wider public? So let's go out there. There is still time for us to go through those manifestos. I think there will still be political opportunities for Kenyans to engage. But I think we need to be wise to really understand the consequences of our electoral decisions in 2022.
All right, Wanjiru, you get to have the last word on this.
Right, I think, thanks, Joe, and this is a difficult election, and I am left with questions, and maybe other Kenyans out there as well. And one of the questions for me is, by staying away from this debate, has Raila Odinga been able to distance himself enough from the worst excesses of the Jubilee administration? I'm also asking myself, if we are looking at William Ruto as a candidate, can we trust him with, the instruments of power, given the obvious shift of his positions and, really a lot of prevarication around his role in government? And then the final question is one that he raised, around, can we trust the deep state or the state to deliver a credible, free and fair election for Kenyans? Yeah, so those are the questions.
All right, I think that's a good place to end it. So the candidates have been here, all four of them for the presidential candidate, and the rest that have been coming here since we started this series of debates on the 11th of July. They have come, they have spoken, you have listened. We over here in the media, we have discharged our responsibilities. Now the responsibilities turned over to you, the voter, because in the next 13 days, you will have to make that choice either way, both at the national level and at the county level in various positions for which people are contesting. That has been our responsibility, and we now turn it over to you. Thank you very much for being with us throughout this debate, for taking part in all the discussions, for sending us messages, and all the wonderful things that you've done to make this a success. We want to thank everybody who's been involved here, and we just want to say, let's go and have a great election. My name is Joe Agay of NTV. Have a lovely evening, and God bless.